All right, shall we go ahead and start then?
Please.
Well, as most of you know, when we were discussing before the meeting began, our colleague Jack Dongara was announced today as this year's winner of the ECM Turing Award. The Turing Award is often called the Nobel Prize of Computing. And for so many of us who've counted Jack as a valued collaborator over the years, this is both no surprise and well-deserved. And for all of us who count Jack as a friend, it's especially heartening to see such a terrific person recognized not only for who they are, but for the incredible contributions they've made to advanced computing over the years. The citation reads, for pioneering contributions to numerical algorithms and libraries that enabled high-performance computational software to keep pace with exponential hardware improvements for over 4 decades. As I said, just incredibly well-deserved, Jack. We're just really, really proud of you. And so I thought you might want to say a few words here before we start.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Let me just say it's hard for me to grasp what just happened. As I mentioned just a moment ago, I was informed around the beginning of the month, and they told me about it, and it was a shock to the system. I had a hard time processing it when they told me, and the hard thing was keeping it quiet for the past month. A few people had some kind of inkling about it, and I know, Dan, you had something last night. You sent me a text. I'm not sure how you knew about it or had that inkling, but I didn't want to respond until it became official this morning. They said, don't tell a soul till 5 o'clock. And the award is incredible in that sense. And it's not something that I alone have done. It's something that has been the contribution of many people over time to put me in a place where I am today. So there is really support and contributions of a whole group of people. I have a terrific team here at the University of Tennessee, but I have a incredible set of colleagues around the world who have contributed to many of the things that are recognized in that award. And I only hope that I can live up to what the award means. I know some of the Turing Award winners. We have Vint on the call, of course. I've written papers with some. I've studied from the books that other Turing Award winners have written. I've used theorems that they've composed, and it's just an awesome situation that I find myself in. And it's of course honor, and I'm humbled by it. And having come from a situation where I was going to be a high school teacher to where I am today is something that I would never have dreamed possible. And thanks to all my colleagues and friends who have helped and supported the work that I've done over this last actually 50 years of time. I was talking to my advisor last night and giving him the news, Cleve Moeller, and he's the guy who has really fostered my whole career in some sense, and has mentored me in many ways. I have basically four people I consider my strong mentors: Cleve, Gene Golub, some of you know Gene, Ken Kennedy, of course, who I think would have won this award had he still been around, and a guy named Brian Smith, who you probably don't know. And those are the guys who have put me in this place today. So
Thank you, Jack. Anyone want to offer any comments?
Hey, it's Vin. Welcome to the club.
Thanks. We'll have to do the secret handshake later.
No, and this is Barb. I just want to congratulate Jack again in public. And as I said this morning, he is the rock star of the Oscar Math program. So looking forward to a couple more years of you being involved in helping us use the exascale computing.
Yeah, I'm retiring, but I'm not quite dead yet. That's the way I view it.
Yeah.
All right, well, Jack, just as I said before, amazing congratulations for extraordinary set of things. I was thinking about the fact that you've really worked at as the citation notes, at the nexus of software and algorithms and architecture, and I can't imagine a more influence in each of those directions because of that nexus. So, congratulations.
Well, thanks for those comments, Dan. And you've helped make it so that I'm here.
Well, thanks for those kind words, but you really the one who deserves the credit. So let's, from that high note, let's move on to the beginning of the official meeting. And so Ty Leggett is going to give us an update on the Aurora testbed, Polaris. So Ty, are you here?
I am, thank you. Let me share my screen, and while I'm doing that, I have to congratulate Jack too on such a well-deserved honor. So congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, does everybody see it full screen?
We're good.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. So I wanted to give a brief overview of Polaris and what it is, what its purpose is, and where we are in its installation. And in order to do that, the first thing that I want to just kind of go over really quickly is kind of the history of the Argonne Leadership Computing Facility, the ALCF, and where Polaris is in our timeline. So Theta, which was our Intel Cray XC40 system, was installed in 2016 and went production in 2017. In 2020, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, we added some GPU systems in the DGX 8100s to complement Theta and to help fight the COVID pandemic. And in addition, we added a test bed named Crux, which was our first test bed on our road to Aurora, which is being delivered and installed now. And Crux's purpose was for the operations staff to start to get familiar with the new Cray EX platform. Because that's what Aurora is going to be based off of, and it's been brand new, and we wanted to get our hands on it. The next step is what we identified is that in between Crux and Theta and Aurora, we identified that there was going to be a need, that there's a lot of key technologies. I'll just go ahead and go here. There's a lot of key technologies in Aurora that are going to be brand new. They're going to be really new in some cases and still being developed and tested. It's going to be based off an Intel architecture of both the Sapphire Rapid CPU with HBM, along with Intel GPUs of Ponte Vecchio. Intel's been developing GPUs for many years now, but they've all been embedded into the CPUs. And so this Ponte Vecchio line is really going to be a departure in their first discrete, widely available GPU, and it's going to be targeted to the HPC community. While that's not going to be available for wide consumption before Aurora is on the floor, there are a bunch of other technologies there that are also going to be key to Aurora's success, as well as some of the other exascale systems and pre-exascale systems being deployed for ASCAC currently. Most notably the Slingshot interconnect. So that's going to be used on Aurora. It's being used on Frontier. It's being used on Perlmutter as well. It's still being actively developed and scaled up to eventually Aurora's size with the number of endpoints that will be supported there. And it really has two parts to it. There's the Slingshot switch, which is the backbone, and the Slingshot network adapters that will go on each compute node. In addition to that, there's a lot of new programming models that are going to be developed to support these exascale applications on such large systems, and I've listed them here. In addition, one of the key factors for Aurora was to, HPC systems has traditionally been simulation, model-based simulation heavy. With deployment of Aurora, the data and learning paradigms will also be full first-class citizens. And so that's kind of a departure, and it's something that we need to prepare for as well. And that's where Polaris comes in. And so while we can't really test the Intel architectures at scale, we do have some smaller test beds that are available today for some of the early Aurora users. There are all those other technologies can be tested and verified in somewhat of a scalable fashion. And so that's where Polaris's purpose kind of comes up. So at the heart of it, it's going to be an AMD Rome processor, so it's still x86 based with 4 NVIDIA A100 GPUs attached. If you saw on the previous slide, the mix for Aurora will be two CPUs for 6 GPUs, and the GPUs will have a memory coherent link. This is 1 to 4, but there is still that memory coherent link and NV link there that we can use. In addition, the first deployment uses Slingshot 10, which is the Slingshot switches with a pre-Slingshot network adapter. And we'll be upgrading that to Slingshot 11, which will include the Slingshot NIC a little bit later on this year. It has a large aggregate memory and similar to Aurora, which is going to be a mixture of both DDR and HBM memory. So does Polaris. And our initial targets was at least 512 nodes, so we could scale multiple cabinets, multiple Slingshot groups, and do that verification there. So the science and application codes can start getting a feel for what it means to go across multiple Slingshot groups, as well as being able to use the Slingshot groups with these GPUs on the nodes as well. And also, we wanted to make sure that we connect to the newly installed storage infrastructure at ALCF that Aurora will use. It's been in production now close to a year, Eagle and Grand, and I'll show some information about that a little bit later. But it hasn't really been able to be vetted at scale because we just don't have a system that can drive it currently. So Polaris will help to vet that and prepare that further for Aurora's use of it a little bit later on. And then one more feature that I want to point out that while isn't really on Aurora, it plays into what I'll talk about a little bit later on in our work for investigating further the data and the learning aspects. And so that each node includes 2 NVMe SSDs. We have something similar on Theta, and they've proven to be useful for some of these workloads. And so we wanted to continue to investigate and use those on Polaris and how they might optimize and enhance those workloads. So as I mentioned, we have these 2 storage systems, Eagle and Grand. They're pretty much identical, each over 100 petabytes and provide 650 gigabytes a second of bandwidth to them. The one difference today is that Eagle has this community file sharing extension that will be used via Globus and is being used today. And I'll talk about how we're going to use that a little bit later on for some of the workloads that we're envisioning for Polaris as well. And so Polaris will is connected to both of these file systems, and it was using these for acceptance as well. And Aurora will also connect up to these as our primary storage for the projects long term. One of the features that we have with the LCF3 project that manages the Aurora deployment is there's the early science program. And so these are specific codes that are targeted early on in the process of developing Aurora with the purpose of providing early access to these projects These projects get time early on the system before anybody else, but they also help us to vet and validate that the system is functioning and is meeting our scientific goals, because that's, ultimately that's what these systems are there for. And so they help us out in that way. These ESP projects, as well as the exascale computing projects, the application projects, and some of the other scientific applications there, will also get early access on Polaris, and then continue through once Polaris is in production to have them continue access to test out and vet their codes, to continue scaling them up on a different resource from the other ones that are also available as well. So kind of what that means, because for Aurora, the early science projects, it typically would have largely been just simulation, but with Aurora, we added both data projects as well as learning projects. And so we need to make sure that we're going to be supporting those early on, and as well, primarily because they're they're so new to these types of systems at this scale, that we really want to start providing those components early on, and give those projects as much lead time as possible to start validating their codes, scaling them up, and preparing them for Aurora and Frontier and Perlmutter. And so this is just a little bit of what's going to be provided on Polaris for them. And you can see that, a wide swath of the underlying frameworks are going to be provided. A lot of these, because Polaris is based off the NVIDIA GPUs, a lot of these already have NVIDIA enhancements. And so we can not have to focus so much on getting them ported to that, but being able to scale them and making use of Slingshot and some of the other features of Polaris as well. Just as this is primarily targeted at the simulation applications that are MPI heavy, but for Aurora, it's a lot of different programming models are going to need to be in place for those simulations. And even though a lot of these are existing and they have been used, there is still effort to scale them up to exascale systems, right? And so we're going to deploy as many of these, and it won't be one-to-one, right? Because we can't, we won't be using, say, Intel One API, but we'll be using CUDA on the back end. But a lot of the ECP provided programming models, for instance, like Cocos and Raja, can make use of those. And so we want to try and support those as much as possible, as well as similar programming models as well. So like PPC++ and SYCL, those can be provided in an architecture agnostic type of way. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting all the Fortran, C, and C++ codes along with that as well. And then just to sum up, everything here in bold is what is overlapping directly between what will be provided on Polaris and what will be provided on Aurora. So, at the heart of it, we have HPCM, which is the system management software. Sorry for the screen advances. I thought I removed all those. The system software management stack, that's new as well, especially at exascale. And so we wanted to support that. So that's what we're using on Polaris. That's what we used on Aurora. Some of that work has already directly paid off in the Aurora and the Polaris installation and acceptance process that we've gone through so far, and being able to provide that forward to Aurora. But you can see there's quite a bit of overlap between what will be provided on Polaris and what will be provided on Aurora, so that it's a useful system as a proxy for the next step in getting to that Aurora exascale. I do have highlighted there that the GPU architecture is similar, right? It's not one-to-one mapping, but it is similar, and so it's just kind of called out there. In addition to the direct Aurora activities, such as the ESP, and ECP activities and like the system management and the network interconnect. Bringing those data and learning workloads to the forefront and making the first-class citizens means that we're continuing to investigate ways that we can provide new services or coherently bind all of the services that we currently do provide in such a way to enhance these workflows. And so one of the things that we've been working with is with some of the other experimental instruments, like the APS at Argonne or SLAC in Stanford, and how we can use the services that are currently deployed, as well as the new systems coming online, such as Polaris and Aurora and some of the AI test beds that we have. And this is something that we've been working with in trying to enhance the capabilities that those facilities users can achieve and make them more efficient as well. And here's just kind of a synopsis of what that kind of looks like today, and what we've been able to validate is, say, on the APS or at SLAC, you have some, you have an X-ray and you have some data capture. You gather that data. Some of that analysis needs to be done locally to that facility, but sometimes those facilities don't have enough capability to be able to richly provide the compute necessary to achieve reasonable results in a time that makes it useful for the user, because these users only have so much time that's dedicated to them for a short window, and after that they're done, and they may not be able to get access for another several months or a year. And so what we're trying to enhance is the reduce the amount of time between getting useful results and being able to apply those to the time that they have with those instruments. And so we have this kind of workflow that we've been using today, where data is captured, some analysis is done locally, but for the stuff that can't be done because either it's contentious with other users at the facility or that's just too big to be able to be done on those facilities, it's then streamed off to ALCF into Eagle, where some of the systems like Theta or our data analysis systems like Cooley or the next one that's coming can apply some of the computational power that's available there. Maybe even using things like the AI testbed if there's particular learning models that need to be happening, or some of the like neural network accelerators and things like that. Gather that data, be able to ship it back to the user in kind of near real time, and or do some more analysis for further cataloging that makes it useful for future users and uses. And then provide it all back to the user in the community. And then one more kind of twist on this is combining that kind of capability also with, as opposed to like a typical HPC resource, you have kind of an edge accelerator that's right next to the device to do, say, fast filtering and processing, being able to feed that back to the user to kind of do almost near real-time steering for back-end modeling and training. We can offload that off to a larger system like Polaris or Aurora, or a combination of Polaris, Aurora, data analysis systems, or anything else, to be able to continue to enhance and modify the models being used at the edge to refine what the user can do with the data available, and maybe target points of interest within their time frame. So this is really new and exciting for us, and we're looking forward to scaling up. We're already doing this with a smaller test bed named Edith, and we're going to look to scale this up to Polaris as soon as we're in production. Then speaking of production, where we are now, Polaris was delivered last summer and installed and powered on by early fall. And then we started the process of getting to preparation for acceptance. And as of last week, we completed successfully our acceptance testing. It was roughly about 25 days of continuous testing. We still have a review that comes up so that we can get confirmation that we conducted it well and thoroughly, and that the system will meet our scientific goals for DOE and Oscar. But the work doesn't stop with that, right? So we still have to make it production ready so we can start getting some of the insight and the LCC and other allocations on, and our target is midsummer of this year. As well as we're going to be upgrading the AMD Rome CPUs to AMD Milans. That will give us slightly better performance, a few enhancements in the feature set for those, as well as the Slingshot 10 adapters, upgrading those to Slingshot 11. So we'll have a really good representation of Aurora and the other exascale Oscar systems. And both of those will be done later this year. And probably with the Milan upgrades happening a little bit sooner. And then finally, I have to thank the entire project team because it's been a difficult time getting us to this point. And they've done a fantastic job and worked under, stressful conditions with COVID and, Aurora and everything else that's coming, and really did a fantastic job. I also have to thank Frank Inez and Alex Walton, who's my federal project director, and his deputy, for their guidance and support through this, and of course Oscar for their continued support in these endeavors. So thank you to all of them, and then if there's any questions, I'm open for any questions now.
All right, thanks, Ty. Questions?
Yeah, I see Vint, you have a question?
Yep, go ahead, Vint, and then Tim.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one is, to what extent do you get to have some input into the design and architecture of these systems? I mean, if Intel and AMD and the others are making these chips, are you able to influence the chip design at that level, in addition to the sort of the architecture of assembling all these various pieces together?
For Polaris, we weren't really able to engage with the hardware manufacturers because this is the purpose was to get it up and running fast. Mm-hmm. And so we wanted to try and use as much existing technologies as possible. And so that's, Rome's had already been out for a while. A100s have been out for a while. Slingshot was already in active development. What we do want to be able to influence is especially on the software side. So as we're going through and scaling up testing on, say, HPCM, Slingshot, and those new software, being able to provide that feedback sooner to the vendors so that we can take care of it now before it becomes an issue with Aurora as well. So for this, we haven't, but for our larger systems, we typically do, yeah.
So thank you. And the second question related to that is exactly to do on the software side. I'm seeing here at Google, for example, an increasing amount of heterogeneity in our computing environment. When we've got GPUs, CPUs, TPUs, someday QPUs. Is that having much of an impact on the folks who are trying to write compilers against an increasingly heterogeneous computing base?
So I'm probably not the best person to answer that particular question, but I do know that that was something that we were keeping in the back of our mind while we were trying to design the architecture that Polaris was going to use. And one of the things that we did want to be able to support is being able to introduce some of that heterogeneity into the system later if we wanted to, either by adding new racks that have, say, FPGAs or some accelerators or types, or completely replacing or enhancing some of the nodes that are there to add that capability in there, knowing that that's probably one of the things on the horizon. I would imagine that, not just the compilers, but the applications have to be able to handle that heterogeneity in a way that makes it useful for them to optimize targeting those at the proper time, right? There's going to be particular kernels that are useful on one and not useful on other. And I'm not aware of the actual work that's going on there, but I imagine it's being at least thought of.
It would be a pity if it turned out that the compiler inhibited your ability to actually take advantage of the hardware's capability. So,
yeah, I will note that One API, that is part of its, Intel's One API is part of its its mantra, right, is it's already being developed to support CPUs, GPUs, XPUs is what they're calling it, where like FPGAs and other types of accelerators that they have, but also doing it in an agnostic way so you can plug in, say, non-Intel components and utilize those as well. So they're thinking about it, and so the work is, I think, underway. I don't know how far along it actually is right now, though.
Thank you.
Mhm. Tim, do you have a question?
Yep. Thanks, Ty. That was an interesting talk. Following up on the software thread, if you jump back to the, or you summarize how Polaris is a bridge to Aurora, and the biggest kind of gap there is going to be the CUDA library, math library dependence. How good of a handle do you have on kind of which libraries and functionalities the ESP and ECP applications are dependent on, to make sure there's a suitable Intel replacement that's performant?
Right. So I think that kind of goes back to in the time frame that we were targeting for Polaris, there just wasn't an Intel product that we can put into a system that would get us to a scalable system. And so we chose, obviously, because there isn't one, we had to go with something different. And we do have other Intel test beds. They're smaller. And we have access to other development platforms within Intel, and our ESP and I think ECP projects as well have those, so that they can start using the one API libraries on Intel hardware. It's at a smaller scale, but at least that will get them to be able to cross the first hurdle of getting it functional before they can start working on getting it performant, right? That's kind of the first stage that they'll need to. Our target here is not necessarily to target those math libraries, but how the math libraries and kernels underneath interact with the other components, such as Slingshot particularly, right? Because it's a new breed, it's a new beast that we'll have to, every new interconnect has issues, especially at scale, and how these can efficiently use the features and technologies that Slingshot brings to the table.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Martin?
Yeah, just a quick comment on Vince's question about compilers and compatibility and use. I mean, the two key technologies for making use of those different GPUs are Raja and Cocos, as we talked about yesterday at the end of the ECP section. And you know, it's one of the challenges is with the Aurora machine is that DPC++ isn't necessarily going to be a useful tool for the other DOE exascale machines. And so we're resting very heavily on Cocos and Raja as a way of achieving some portability in this space. And the backends for Cocos and Raja are central to the application codes being able to perform across all these different architectures. Hence the discussion yesterday about the OpenMP option and the different options with SYCL and with HIP.
Yeah, and we're continuing, like I said, we have the Intel platforms that we can provide, and I believe the Cocos and Rajas teams have access to those and are starting their work now. We also wanted to make sure that, you know, for the existing Cocos and Raja development that has already been done specifically for NVIDIA, that what needs to happen for the Slingshot. So we continue to want to, you know, support those activities, because we do know they're going to be key, as well as even something like HIP, which is, you know, not quite as higher level, but, you know, a way to at least get you that first step of porting over to the new platform as well.
Yeah, just inject. I think this whole issue that Vint raised about increasing heterogeneity as we try to squeeze more performance out via functional specialization, and how that plays out with chiplets and the software interface. What Martin said about maintaining some sense of software portability while also being performant is going to be a really important issue over the next few years. So. So lots of full employment opportunities at the hardware software interface. Any other questions for Ty? All right, well, thanks for that summary. Appreciate it. Look forward to the full Aurora deployment, as I know we all do. Sandy's going to give us an update on the COV report, which I trust people read the draft report that was sent around. And so we want this to be a little bit of summary, but mostly a chance for discussion, and then a hope for vote for approval. So Sandy?
Great. Thank you very much, Dan. I also want to extend my congratulations to Jack Dangara on his award. Very, very impressive. So with that, I will say this briefing, there is nothing new from the last time you saw this at the last COV, but I just wanted to go kind of quickly over some of the highlights to remind everyone what was in the briefing and is in the report. So I'm going to focus primarily on some of the key findings and key recommendations. To begin, the COV was for OSCAR research, and it was looking at applied mathematics, computer science, computational partnerships, and research and evaluation prototypes. Please keep in mind the review period is 2016 through 2019. And a lot has changed in OSCAR. I'll say a lot of very positive things have happened since that time. Truly want to thank the members of the COV. You see their names here. We worked together extremely well. And you'll see at the end, I also really want to thank everyone in OSCAR who helped make the COV happen. It was a very intense couple of days. I think we spanned from Pacific time to David Keyes, who was at KAUST at the time. So we did it in a compressed schedule to accommodate everybody's times out there. With that, this is the traditional charge for a committee of visitors that all Department of Energy, Office of Science of Labs have, and that is to look at the efficacy and quality of the processes used, and within the DOE mission, comment on the awards process and how it affected the breadth and depth of the portfolio, how it addressed emerging challenges, and the national and international standing. So again, we bundled up what we are calling key findings and key recommendations that really cut across the 4 different areas within OSCAR research. And the first one, all of us are very familiar. The exascale computing project had a significant impact on the OSCAR research portfolio, as did new efforts in artificial intelligence and machine learning and quantum information sciences. During this period, 2016 to 2019, there were significant reductions in the research budget and applied mathematics and computer science. Really, the areas went from about $50 million down to $30 million each. I saw in Barb's briefing yesterday that those budgets are now back restored to on the order of $50 million, which is really, truly encouraging. Our COV, we didn't see really a holistic plan to guide and balance those limited investments across OSCAR research. It also wasn't clear how programmatic shifts were made at that time and how they were communicated to the community. As an example, it wasn't clear how solicitations were chosen or the associated funding levels were determined. During the COV, we really had an excellent overview of the early career research program. We're very happy to hear that ECRP, not ECP, grew from about $7 million to $10 million in FY19. However, the actual number of awards were impacted by a congressional mandate that DOE Office of Science fully fund awards with a total value of less than $1 million. That meant they couldn't space it out over 3 years. They had to put it all up front. And again, what that did is it reduced the number of awards but after hopefully 3 or 4 years, that bump in the road would work itself out. And we were also really impressed that the ECRP awardees advanced in their careers. Many of them became associate professors or went on to become group leads at DOE laboratories. So excellent program, and Oscar's making really good use of ECRP. With regards to processes, Oscar did use a pre-proposal process during that time, however, is largely limited to in-scope and out-of-scope. We think it's an excellent first step in the right direction. Also, just with regards to the COV, it was very dense in a very short amount of time. We really would have appreciated more time for question and answer. PAMS for someone on the outside is difficult to use. And it would have really helped us if there's more time built into the schedule, along with some expert assistance on how to actually use PAM to extract the information we are seeking. So this leads us to 5 corresponding key recommendations. And the first one is that Oscar Research should identify and document what we're calling their North Star. Where are they trying to go? This should include a clear vision and mission statement and an accompanying 5-year plan. Really, the idea of this North Star is to provide internal and external stakeholders a clear sense of priorities. As all these changes were happening during this period, it wasn't clear to external PIs what the end goal was. And again, having this North Star, everybody can work towards it. And it'll help internally with the program officers understanding where you're going. So we just consider it a really good communication tool out there to have a North Star that you can share. We believe Oscar should also include indicators or measures of success to evaluate progress towards those plans. I'll note in the DoD, this idea of a North Star is adopted literally across the board at all levels. It's Navy speak. What's your North Star, and how do we measure progress towards that North Star? The second one goes to developing procedures to better communicate the impact of programmatic shifts. This is, again, there's contracting budgets. There were some programmatic shifts. How are you getting out there to the PIs? We want to applaud DOE and Oscar for their investment in early career researchers. It really was great. However, we recommend that Oscar investigate strategies really to identify early and what we're calling early mid-career researchers with significant promise and ways to really develop them into PIs that can be sustained on larger DOE projects. Likewise, with that, you really want to go and have kind of define a measurable goal. What are you trying to reach with DOE lab staff and the broader community out there? Again, internal to our group, we really focus not just the early career, but these early mid-career people. They have high promise, and we don't want them to become, I hate to say, disillusioned or saying, hey, I'm going to have to wait 20 years to become to the senior PI. These folks have just so much potential out there. We want to make sure they're fully engaged and and realize they do have a strong career with the Department of Energy and with Oscar. So our next 2 key recommendations, it goes back to this pre-proposal process. We said it was a first step. We believe this is incredibly important to reduce the burden on the community of writing proposals and reviewing proposals that have little chance of being funded out there. Later on, you'll see there were some solicitations that might have received up to, like 100 pre-proposals. But if it's in scope, out of scope, they still received a large number of proposals. And again, there's that burden on the community out there. Oscar should document the process of how pre-proposals will be reviewed and by whom. Consider setting target ratio of pre-proposal to full proposal. Is it 2x or 3x out there? Again, if you get 100 pre-proposals and you can only make 10 awards, maybe you should only, consider encouraging 20 to 30 of those. And again, the last bullet goes to the actual COV for the next time. COV presentation should have clear summary statistics from each solicitation and a random sampling of reviewed proposals to facilitate the COV analysis process and procedures. I know everybody uses PAMS, but it's kind of hard for us to quickly extract that information out there. I discussed these last time, but I'm going to pause right here because these are our key findings before I go into just a handful of these specific findings in applied math, computer science, computational partnerships, and research and evaluation prototypes.
So questions or comments, observations? Come on, folks, say something.
We discussed it all last time. It was great.
All right, Vit looks like he wants to say something.
Yeah, it's been, as I listened to this, one of the points that got made is that it looked at 2016 to 2019. And so one question is whether any of the recommendations materialized in the 2019 to 2022 period.
So Vint, if I could say, what we were asked to do this, we were looking at it retrospectively. You'll see, and I think that's probably best addressed by either Barb or Jaron Tresset. They have begun the pre-proposals. I think they've done some more work. You'll see in a minute. It'd be interesting to see as the budgets grew again. How are they going when they went from 30 million to 50 million? Our goal as a COV is to review the period between 2016 and 19. But if it's okay, maybe we can ask Barb or Jaron to comment on what has changed between 19 and 2022. But I don't necessarily want to put them on the spot.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know if Barb is with us right now. She wants to comment.
Rick just made a comment in the chat that the pre-proposal system has worked very well for us. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, Barb.
Yeah, we and Jaron knows this probably more than I do. Yes, we've gone to a pre-proposal system, and we're also trying to really target our solicitations, especially maybe in the early career one. So we're only doing certain topics maybe 1 year, and then focusing on other topics so we don't get the large pool where we're having to use a number of reviewers to do several of these, and especially as we do more and more FOAs, that we're not burning out our review pool.
Yeah, I can quickly comment on that. Since then, we actually have a pre-proposal competitiveness review that's laid out in the funding opportunity announcements that we have, Office of Science-wide, and it actually addresses this specific question. So in the recent FOAs that we have, you will see that section about how we're going to receive the pre-proposals, how we're going to review them, and in some cases we actually put the number of proposals that we would like to encourage.
All right, thanks. I see Jackie has her hand up too.
Yes, hi, Sandy. I was wondering, in the current process, for pre-proposals, did the authors get their reviews back from the pre-proposal process? Because often if they're not accepted, that feedback is invaluable for them to improve upon, for the next round.
Again, I will quickly answer that. In the new process that we have, unfortunately, again, the COE looked at this retrospectively. There is a process laid out in the FOA to ask feedback on the pre-proposals.
Wonderful.
And I second that. That is great news.
Yeah, there are a few things more disheartening than writing a proposal and just getting back a no, and not knowing why you got a no. So feedback is really important. So thanks for that. Any other, Tim?
Yeah, while Barb and Sharon are on the spot, I noticed recommendations for both the applied math and computer science research programs for re-engaging university single PI and small group investigators as the funding's restored to those programs. And just wondered if that has started
Anyone from DOE want to comment on that?
You know, I think we're starting to do that. I go back to one of the comments or findings that Sandy's group made is that we just didn't release some FOAs. But I think as we can come down and start funding things, and release more, I think that's what we're trying to do. Certainly, as I showed you yesterday, I mean, we have a strong outreach now to underserved institutions, and my guess is those are going to primarily be universities and colleges, you know, that we will be looking to expand and broaden into.
All right, thanks. Any other comments on this? Otherwise, we'll let Sandy pick up and continue. Okay, Sandy, go ahead.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much, because that is one of the key recommendations out there, and I'm just going to make sure. Okay, so on applied mathematics, again, there were a limited number of solicitations during this time. Mimics, of course, is the large math centers. There was Express, which is had a very large number of pre-proposals to it. Just want to go give out kudos for to Oscar. They did make an award to an early career research awardee who went on to become a kind of a lead PI for the base applied math program. And it was a very difficult period of time, going from 50 million to 30 million. So we want to acknowledge that difficult decision to preserve the core laboratory research funding during this time. We talked a lot about the pre-proposal process and how that's continuing to be implemented in a very positive way. Again, so that's kudos to it. It's a recommendation. We're glad to see Oscar do it. Barb touched upon it just now. We're really recommending mechanisms to increase the diversification of PIs to continuously bring in new thinking. You notice here, this is not specifically targeted at underrepresented groups. It's really just diversification of PIs. You need to infuse new thoughts all the time. So again, a lot of very encouraging discussion yesterday with the outreach going on across all of Oscar right now. So again, I see a lot of positive work going on here. With regards to monitoring awards, we felt the program managers had a very strong understanding of the projects and did an excellent job. One of the things you'll see as a common thread is measuring kind of the larger math centers and the long-term lab projects to document the impact or effectiveness. You'll see some similar trends in computer science and SciDac, et cetera. So how do you measure if you have a math center, some of them might be going on for 10 years, some newer work in there, but what have you achieved and where are you going relative to your North Star? And then again, we brought this up and Tim brought it up, due to these budget reductions, there were really no new university single PI or small group projects added in FY19. I know it was a hard decision. I feel for the Oscar program managers because I was one and I was in math. But we really believe reestablishing these university-based small group or single PI will increase the diversity of the research projects, bring in new thinking, and really forge new partnerships out there. So that was what Tim was getting at. I would say I'm really happy again that Oscar's research budget is going back up across the board and in math and computer science. I think this idea of targeted solicitations and reducing the number of pre-proposals are all steps in the right direction out there. So I'm actually going to go on to computer science because you'll see some common themes and try to get through the next couple of slides and just highlight it and then open the floor back up. Okay, I'm just briefly going on a little bit in applied mathematics. Quantum test beds was a new initiative back then. There's a lot more work in QIS going on in Oscar, as we would expect. one of the things is we really thought about, can Oscar develop mechanisms to encourage mathematicians to experiment on Oscar quantum test beds? Haven't heard about that yet, so that'd be interesting on that. We didn't have any specific recommendations on the national and international standing. Again, a lot of kudos go out, just some recommendations on the other areas, not this part. With regards to computer science, again, very similar to applied mathematics. There were only a couple of new solicitations out there. The computer science program made a substantial number of awards to labs. They also were able to fund universities through the open call that Department of Energy has out there. Many of the unsolicited awards were to establish PIs. But again, when there's a period of downturn, and even I'd say upturn now, figure out ways to develop, ways to inform the community about related programs for the PIs to consider. If budgets are being reduced, but it gets back to the North Star as you're introducing it, how do you communicate that back to the broad community, the DOE lab researchers and academia? Want to thank the program officers, and we thought they're doing an excellent job on monitoring projects and programs. You'll see in the report that there were a large number of PI meetings held during that time, and really bringing people together. With regards to the depth and breadth of the portfolio, again, there's significant presence in AI, machine learning, data management, visualization. There's a decrease in other areas due to the stand-up of ECP. We understand that. Operating systems, compilers did not get much base research, but there's a lot of work going on, as I said, into ECP. So we decided to keep these embedded, the recommendations in applied math and computer science, about reestablishing this university-based small group or single PI research programs. Again, we didn't put it up to a key finding because it really just applies to applied mathematics and computer science. With regards to addressing emerging threats or emerging challenges, I do threats in DoD. We want to give kudos. They actually had a really good workshop on quantum networks for open science. It really brought people together. One of the things we noticed during this period is that there was a kind of workshop fatigue. There's a lot of workshops going on, but not a lot of new solicitations. So it's always a balance Oscar has of bringing people together. But they hope, hey, we had this brainstorming session, we wrote this report. Are there now going to be funding opportunities? So just making sure we continue to balance that. As I said, one of the recommendations is identify emerging technologies beyond the current priorities. It's good to see what I heard at the last couple ASCAC meetings, a lot of work in AI, machine learning, a lot of work in quantum information systems. Again, continue to identify these emerging areas. And the next one, the success targets to assess program outcomes after 5 or 10 years. Goes back to kind of figuring out, how do I assess the long-term goodness of the MIMIC centers or the long-term math work. And again, we had no recommendations in terms of the national or international standings. We think it's in very good shape. I'm not going to read this slide, but really what we get at in the report is computational partnerships. Back in the day, originally, it was really synonymous with SIDAC, being SIDAC institutes and SIDAC partnerships. Co-design stood up. Actually, prior to this, fairly early on, I think Barb told me it was back all the way in like the end of FY11. But co-design was kind of incorporated into computational partnerships. Quantum computing was stood up during this time. And then also co-laboratory partnerships. And part of this is that the networking research area was dissolved, and it partly went under computational partnerships and partly went under computer science. So we had to kind of figure that out. But during this period of time, computational partnerships was much broader than SIDAC. In terms of the solicit review recommend, again, there were a large number of solicitations for computational partnerships, created a very large workload. But overall, the program managers at Oscar were able to go and review this very large number of proposals across a very broad area. We want to commend them. They were responsive to the prior COV recommendation. They used panels for people to meet in person, but then they supplemented it with what they called tertiary reviewers who had a highly specialized background. They'd engage international reviewers to get rid of bias. So we thought the SIDAC, the program officers in computational partnerships really did an exceptional job of making sure to balance having a panel discussion as well as specialized expertise outside the US. So again, really want to thank them for that. We talked about the recommendation about a pre-proposal process. I think we've beaten that one to death. With regards to monitoring active awards, they really, again, they do an excellent job. They have a large number of PI meetings and bringing people together. We were very impressed that the SIDAC program managers actually were able to dynamically manage the resources out there. They found a problem with the SIDAC award. They chose to terminate a non-responsive project and reallocate it elsewhere. That's actually fairly uncommon, but they're really staying on top of it. They are doing their job, and they're doing their job in an exemplary fashion. We also thought that these PI meetings, which I used to attend, really strong track record of cross-pollinating successes. It's not the one-for-one meeting, but these new collaborations form and bring people together across the board. And we really want to go and say we thought the SIDAC 4 Coordination Committee, this junction point for SIDAC 4, was a really good addition to bring the facilities and broader computational science community together. In here, many of you know, SIDAC is kind of a stable pipeline for translation of the base program that the applied mathematics and computer science into other Office of Science or beyond, into nuclear energy, SBIR, STTR. And again, SIDAC has really created and produced a large number of software deployments out there. We heard during the COV, the demand for applied mathematics and computational partnerships from the other offices is continuing to grow. We kind of knew that was going to happen. SIDAC has been incredibly successful, and it's just good to see that the demand signal is still there. One of the things we noted is the feedback loops between computational partnership and the base research were not documented. There is crosstalk and there's feedback between them, but we couldn't find it documented on that. So the recommendation as well is to clearly define, articulate, and communicate SIDAC strategic goals and technical shifts. I think you've seen that across the board in all of the research areas. We have a major recommendation here, and that is that SIDAC's impact has been really broad and deep. Another observation, by the way, SIDAC software is migrating onto these early exascale systems, a lot of good work. Our recommendation is to initiate an external holistic review of SIDAC over its entire lifetime to document and formalize the strategies, the goals, the methodologies, and the value of the program. It is incredibly successful, and the best way to capture that is by documenting it. Articulate the benefits of SIDAC to the math program. This is, again, that back and forth between them, and identify the benefits of and lessons learned of SIDAC. Others are reproducing it, but it can go even further if it's documented. So again, SIDAC, I believe, is going on 20 years, possibly more right now. I think this is an excellent chance and opportunity to go and capture that. One other minor recommendations, kind of shifting gears, is that the presentations for the COV should really focus on the story to understand the state of the program out there. Because again, we know there's a lot of good work going on in SIDAC, and we're asking in computational partnerships, we're asking, let's capture that on the way forward. I only have a couple more slides here, and I'll be quick. Research and evaluation prototypes. This was the very early days of quantum computing test beds, and the very well-established computational science graduate fellowship program. David Brown really gave an excellent briefing on that. It's kind of interesting. These are both under REP right now because one was a nascent program and one's well-established. So in here, I'm not going to read all of this. Actually, we found the early stages of the quantum computing test beds. They issued solicitations. It was rigorously done. They had annual program reviews and probably laid a very strong foundation for the good work going on in QIS. One of the things we were a bit concerned about is that quantum computing is rapidly changing. We wanted to be sure there's flexibility within these programs, whether they're 3-year awards or 5-year awards, that they can take into account rapid changes in the field that are going on. So it's a comment, but not a recommendation. Again, the findings just talk about the number of awards. Can't say enough what a great job OSCAR did, not only in protecting, but growing CSGF. We heard yesterday that it's now up to $15 million from OSCAR plus $2 million from NNSA. Absolutely great. And we heard about just the good work that CF does for the Department of Energy and really for the computational science community out there. This one, we alluded to it earlier. We think OSCAR should establish a process to encourage applied mathematicians and computer scientists to experiment on these quantum test beds out there. And again, in terms of emerging challenges, I'm just quickly looking at it. We talk about the rapidly changing field and flexibility necessary out there for that. Really one recommendation, and it was discussed yesterday, but with David Brown and Barb, all the work you're doing, and Christine, OSCAR should really continue the emphasis on the need for diversity in CSGF. We heard about the change in process. They now have kind of a diversity panel. Absolutely great to hear on that front. So, and again, we heard a lot about what's going on in quantum information sciences. So a lot of good work on that. Just really in closing, I want to thank, and the entire committee thanks Barb Helen, Jaron Susik, Christine Chalk, Angie, and all of the program managers for their hard work. It was a very intense couple of days. We learned a heck of a lot. And we look forward to some of the recommendations being implemented as OSCAR budgets go up. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Sandy. Questions or comments? Jill.
Yeah, I have a quick question, which may be based on ignorance, Sandy, but I'm just wondering, you were talking about these big projects, big centers very, very early in your presentation, and the extent to which you would like to see better metrics for their success. And I'm also wondering about the lifetime of these big centers. NIH in general has a kind of 10-year lifetime for big centers like this. There's an initial 5 years, and if you do a good job, you get another 5 years, and then you have to have some sustainment plan, or the good thing is look to the next challenge for the next big goal, big center. And so I'm wondering what the mean life is of these DOE centers, if you got any information about that during the committee on visitors, and whether you think that exists or is possible to exist within the DOE framework and so on.
So I'll start off, and then I'm going to turn it over to either Jaron or Barb. So these math centers I discussed, I happened to stand those up when I was a program manager at OSCAR. So they're near and dear to my heart because I started it. They were originally conceived to be truly like integrated mathematics, which is why you needed a larger team. It was a 5-year center that was stood up at the time. I will say I then departed, but I know they were recompeted during the COV, during that 2016 to 2019. When they were recompeted, They opened it up to everyone, and the best proposals that were awarded were the 3 prior centers. Now they had new idea. It was rigorously reviewed. So that the original 3 centers had the same lead PIs. There were some new ones on it, and they were doing new work. So we had to commend them for that. But at this point, I know Barb presented, I believe yesterday, or Jaren, that they are going to potentially recompete these. So I'm going to turn it over to them for what they see beyond this. So it's 5 plus 5 at the moment, but I'll turn it to them.
I can quickly answer that. These are continuing programs, basically, mimics and maybe SIDAC institutes. And they're typically 5-year projects, and we will recompete them at the end of 5 years. And of course, these stations will be open to everyone, including the existing PIs.
Barb, you're muted.
Okay, let me add on to what Jaren said. Our SIDAC, or not the SIDAC centers, the quantum centers that we're funding part of are 5 years with the ability to renew them for another 5 years. That's the way I think the language was written in the Quantum Act. So yes, we do that.
So the idea is that you more or less expect that they'll sunset after 10 if they're successful during the first 5 and the recompete.
That's for the quantum centers, like Jaren said, mimics and the SIDAC institutes. We certainly, and I think it addresses part of your first part of your question, to make sure we're continually bringing in new ideas to address new challenges. So we do those every 5 years.
Great, thanks.
Rich?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Sandy, yeah, I would just want to start by thanking you and the visiting committee for such a thorough report produced in a short time, and also commend you on the really great presentation. My question is around the diversity of panels and workshop participation. Did you have a chance to look at that aspect to assure that there's kind of a diversity of opinion, maybe bringing in different academics or different industry participants?
So with regards to the workshops, no, we didn't look at who participated in the workshops. With regards to the review panels, I would say we did spot check many of these to see who they had. And our observation across the board is they were bringing in newer people, I would say, who would be unbiased. There wasn't a large number of industry people. It does tend to be more focused on, I would say, academics. And with regards to those SIDAC proposal, bringing in international people, that was something very standout for us, and we thought exceptionally well done. But again, I didn't personally look at the industry participation on that. I think that's a potential untapped avenue for OSCAR to find additional reviewers.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I was just going to make a comment that within 30 days of officially receiving the report, OSCAR will post a program response on our website, and then we will brief you all on that at our next meeting. That's the standard COB process, but we have a lot of new members, so I wanted to make sure you all knew that.
Thanks for
And
that.
I just want to thank the committee for their hard work and their thoughtful and insightful comments and recommendations for OSCAR's program.
That Barb took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say thanks to Sandy and the whole group for doing that. This is an important part of what we do. So I want to ask, if there are We have a quorum. We have some members not here. And so what I would like to do is ask unless there are any final questions or comments, for an oral vote to approve the draft COV report. So any final comments before that? If not, I just ask people to unmute for just a moment, and I'll ask all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you, Sandy. Really appreciate that.
Dan, and thank you, Barb.
All right, next up, Barb's gonna give us a new charge around international benchmarking, i.e. what the rest of the world is doing. So Barb?
Yes, and this is not to be confused. Can you see my screen? Oh, let me just put it in large mode. You're not going to be able to read the letter. I'll read the relevant parts. This is not to be confused with the benchmarking that we might do on our computers. This is about OSCAR program in relation to the rest of the world. And let me, because I have the bullets here of what we'd like the report to ask, but let me read the preface to that so you know what we're talking about. And this is a letter to Dan, and we want to thank the committee's, your work as committee chair on the ASCAC, and for ongoing review of the collaboration of the National Cancer Institute, which I think Tony's going to talk about later. And the ASCAC recommendations will help us improve management of this important program. Well, if you all remember, let me jump out of the letter for a minute. One of Sandy's charge questions to her was the national and international standing of the OSCAR program, and this charge is to directly answer that, so future COVs won't have to, hopefully. So going back to the letter, as you know, the administration and Congress have been keenly interested in the recent issues with the supply chain in U.S. competitiveness and innovation. Looking to the future, we want to ensure that the U.S. continues to be a leader in advanced computing, high-end computational science and engineering, advanced scientific networks, and the fields and workforce that underpin these efforts. To that end, we must develop and maintain world-leading capabilities in key technologies, especially microelectronics, high-performance computer architectures and software, computer science, applied math, artificial intelligence, quantum information science, and also provide compelling, inclusive, and equitable opportunities for all those who want to work in this fast-paced, ever-changing area of research. And with that, then, we would like to have ASCAC look at 4 different areas. One, how can the department maintain critical international cooperation in an increasingly competitive environment for both talent and resources? What areas is U.S. leading? How can we sustain our roles, attract the best industry and international partnerships? In other areas, how can the department build and maintain its reputation as a partner of choice? And what are the barriers that can hinder our ability to effectively form effective and enduring international and industry partnerships? Second bullet, identify key areas where the U.S. currently has or could aspire to leadership roles in advanced computing and high-end computational science and engineering, including what unique or world-leading capabilities like our advanced scientific facilities, test beds or network, or leading scientific and technical research sources such as highly trained personnel and supporting infrastructure. These might lead to emerging opportunities or areas that offer significant promise for leadership. And then moving on from that, how can we preserve and foster our leadership roles within reasonable resource constraints? Are there particular technical areas or capabilities that should be emphasized? Are there other technical resources and capabilities that could be leveraged to achieve our goals, possibly through collaborations with and beyond the OSCAR community? Finally, how can the programs and facilities be structured to attract and retain talented people? And this is, as you notice, this is important. And I think we've heard this in Sandy's COV recommendation here as well. What are the barriers to successfully advancing careers in scientific and technical personnel in advanced computing, computational science, and engineering and related fields? And how can the department address those barriers? A complete answer to these questions should address how we could ensure that we are recruiting, training, mentoring, and retaining the best talent from all over the world, including among traditionally unrepresented groups in the U.S. Now, the good news is we're not asking for a final report until next year, but other advisory committees have already actually started doing this. I think there's already a report from BSAC, and there was a report at their last meeting from BRAC, which is BER. So this is something that all of the advisory committees are being asked to do. So with that, I'll see if there are any questions for me.
Those are just some small questions, Barb. So questions or thoughts on this? And obviously, we'll need to assemble a group. So when there are the usual constraints on COIs and other things that we'll have to sort through, but, think about your willingness as well. But your thoughts on the charge, Ben?
So, there are other organizations that are also trying to figure out how do we advance our own capacity in a variety of technical spaces. One example I think I mentioned yesterday is the American Institute for Physics has a program called Team Up, which is seeking to double the number of Black PhDs in physics. I just wonder whether charges like this would usefully be undertaken in collaboration with some of the other groups that are also trying to increase the amount of STEM activity in a wide range of sciences and technical areas, as opposed to trying to slice this up into, individual examination.
Certainly, we can consider that. I think, and I would have to go back and look at the makeup of the other advisory committees to see if, say, BSAC actually brought on somebody from the American Physical Society, Institute of Physics, yeah.
I mean, I'll editorialize a little bit and say part of my worry, certainly as we've talked about what happened with potential physical science budget plus ups this cycle, and the increases in the president's budget, which of course we know those budgets, like war plans, never survive contact with the enemy, i.e. Congress, that there will be changes. Is whether there are certainly questions about whether we're organized optimally, but there are also some really basic questions about whether we're just not spending enough and whether we have the political will to step up and do that. That to me is maybe one of the perhaps most disturbing kind of worries. All right, I got that off my chest. I'll move on now. Other thoughts or comments on the charge? Well, I'm looking forward to the July meeting. I'm going to make sure that we put enough money in the caffeine kitty that we have coffee for everyone. Joking aside, any other thoughts on this charge? All right, we will work on getting a team together. So thanks, Barb. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And in a counterpoint to the update we got yesterday on ECP software status, Al Geist is going to give us an update on Frontier. So Al, I see you there. Floor is yours. Thanks, Barb.
Thanks, Dan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Let me get into full screen mode. So you should be able to see it full screen.
Yes, we're good.
All right, I want to start out by, again, giving my congratulations to Jack. You know, we've been colleagues for a long time, and this is well-deserved for you, and so kudos. And
Thanks,
let's get right into this presentation on both Frontier. I went back and looked at the other ASCAC meetings, and it's been a while since we've actually given an update on Frontier. And I've also been asked to talk a little bit about the early science, and so about half the talk will be about that. So we'll start out here with Oak Ridge's laboratory's journey from petascale to exascale, and you'll see this thread sort of woven throughout the talk. So back in 2008, Jaguar was the first system that we had here to actually pass the petaflop range. And as I was making this slide, it was sort of interesting to me to see the way the progression has gone in a fairly steady way. I hadn't noticed it before. So Jaguar in 2009 was about a 2 petaflop system. Titan was about a 20 petaflop system. Summit, a 200 petaflop system. Frontier is now a 2000 petaflop system. It was very interesting to see this. It wasn't a huge leap to exascale like we kind of thought it might be in 2009. But there were some big leaps, and that's what I talk about in this next slide. And that was really about energy efficient computing. So way back in 2009, and actually it was sort of that 2008 COPE report from DARPA report, where the biggest concern with reaching exascale was energy consumption. And you can see from the diagram on the right there with Jaguar in 2009 why there was so much concern. If we took the technology that was in Jaguar and had scaled it to an exaflop, it would have consumed 3 gigawatts of energy to actually run something like that. And that report, it wasn't just that it was going to be a problem or a challenge for us to get to exascale. What that report really said is it might be impossible, that those systems might take 150 to 500 megawatts to run. What we see is that exascale was really made possible by about a 200x improvement in energy efficient computing. And that was really through a couple of really big things and a bunch of little things. So the first big one you see is this drop down to Titan. And that was made possible by the use of these NVIDIA GPUs for the first times in supercomputers. And to answer Vince's earlier question about, do we influence the chips or do we just use them? Well, it turns out that NVIDIA chip was for the first time incorporated floating point double precision, just so that they could do high performance computing. So that was something that was pushed for so that it could go into Titan. And that got us down by about a factor of 10. You can see by the time we got to Summit in 2017, that it was down to a range of about 65 megawatts. We were in shooting distance of a practical computer at an exascale. And by the time we got to Frontier, we're down now to like 14.5 megawatts per exaflop. Now, so one of the ways that was done was, as I said, starting to use GPUs. By the time we got to Summit, we were using multiple GPUs per CPU. And by the time we got to Frontier, there was another step. But the other big key was really the second bullet here, which is really that Oscar invested a lot of money in the vendors through Fast Forward, Design Forward, and Path Forward. And one of the big areas that we had focused on getting them to do research in was energy efficiency. And it was driven by these early reports about this being a serious problem. And Frontier incorporates a lot of that energy efficient research that AMD did to get it down to the level that it is. Now, there's 2 steps to energy efficiency. One is trying to make the computer use less energy. And in the case of Frontier, as the first slide said, it takes about 29 megawatts, but you've still got to get 29 megawatts of heat back out of your data center. So you've got to spend more energy to do that. And so there was a lot of technologies that were actually incorporated into the Frontier to try to keep the data center PUE very low. And in fact, as you see here, it's incredibly low PUE for a data center. It's 1.03. another big thing that we found on our journey to exascale. So there was this expectation that as the supercomputers got larger and larger, they would become more specialized and limited to kind of just a small number of applications that would be able to exploit their growing scale. We were talking at the time about having, millions of nodes and billions of way parallelism. But one of the things that we found on this journey, and this was at the step of Summit, that we found this Summit architecture, which is manifested by having a few very large memory multi-GPU nodes, that architecture could excel not only at advanced simulations like our machines had done in the past, but also for high performance data analytics, as well as for artificial intelligence. And a lot of that, again, was being driven by NVIDIA seeing that AI and data analytics being a key thing, and these machines having a lot in them. I have a couple of little examples there. I won't really get into them, just to point out in the first bullet about COMET, because that application will show up later in my slides about Frontier. And it was the first application to exceed an exaop. This was back in 2018. And in fact, it was able to get over 2 exaops in mixed precision and was the Gordon Bell winner that year. So what we did is took this architecture that we'd kind of discovered along our journey and said, well, that's what we want to do for Frontier. So the Frontier exascale computer uses and actually improves on the things that we had come up with for Summit's successful architecture. And this next slide, then I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through this in a little bit of detail about some of the sort of extraordinary engineering that was put into this by HPE, who built the computer, and it's powered by AMD. So if you look at the left-hand column about the system, as I mentioned before, it's 2 exaflops of peak double precision. And the extraordinary engineering about it is that they were able to pack that much into just 74 compute racks and consuming only 29 megawatts of consumption. Each one of those compute racks is packed with 128 AMD nodes. And that entire rack there in the middle, as is shown, is all water cooled. So everything in that system is water cooled. Even the DIMMs have water circuits around them, the NICs for communications, the power supplies, everything is water cooled in that machine to, again, keep the energy efficiency down as low as possible. Another big thing that we saw, in fact, a difference from what we projected in 2009, where we thought that these machines might have 1 million nodes, or maybe in a good day, they would have only 100,000 nodes. Here's a machine that has 2 exaflops and it only has 9,408 nodes inside of it. A remarkable ability of trying to keep the parallelism down to a level that scientists and the researchers can actually exploit this kind of capabilities. And each one of those nodes, and I'm going to go through this right-hand column a little bit slowly, has an AMD Trento CPU. I'm going to get back to you in a minute, Vint, about that one. It has 4 MI250X GPUs. It's got a 0.5 terabyte of DDR4 memory and another 0.5 terabyte of high bandwidth memory, HBM2 memory. And all of that terabyte of memory is coherent across the entire chip. And in addition, there was, on every node, there's an additional 4 terabytes of non-volatile memory. And so that Trento CPU, Vint, was actually custom made for us. The chiplets for doing the communications was modified in particular to allow this node to have coherent memory across the CPUs and the GPUs. The GPUs already had the technology we needed to be coherent across them, but this made the entire node coherent. And it also had changes in it that allowed us to connect up this 4 terabytes of non-volatile memory. So all those CPUs and GPUs, in terms of taking this a step further than Summit, are all fully connected. So there's no sort of bottlenecks to get in and out of the node. And there are 4 Cassini NICs on each node. And those NICs are hung off of the GPUs where most of the computing is being done. So that now there was a bottleneck on our earlier system, in particular Titan, where all the information from a GPU had to go back through a CPU and then out to the network. Now the communication goes directly from where it's calculated directly straight out to the networks without any bottlenecks. I see you've got your hand up, Vint. I'll grab your question and before I go to the next slide.
Well, thanks very much, Al, for allowing me to interrupt. I had two questions. One of them pretty naive. What does coherent memory actually mean?
It means that the GPU can see and read the DDR memory right from the CPUs. It means that one GPU can see and read the HBM memory that's on another GPU. Got it. Okay. And then on the other side, speaking about the NIC design coming in and out of the GPUs, is that a DMA interface to the GPU somehow? It's probably wouldn't call it that. It's more of a PCIe link coming out of that, a high-speed link coming out of the GPU at 50 gigabits per second out to the NIC. Got it. And I see Scott has made a comment in the chat about coherent memory. Right. Great. Yeah, and also a comment on the PCIe interface. So thanks so much for letting me ask those naive questions, Al. No, there's no dumb questions. Only dumb presenters. All right. So I also want to talk a little bit about our storage system, because again, one of the things that we're seeing is a shift in the kinds of problems that these big systems are being asked to solve, in particular an extension out to data science and doing AI for being used in scientific discovery. And so we actually worked with Cray at the time, and now of course it's owned by HPE, to develop this multi-tier storage. I won't go through a great deal of detail, but there's a number of things inside the system that are very impressive. So what you see is that there's 37 petabytes of storage that the user can get to at incredibly high speeds, over 60 terabytes per second, reading and writing of a fairly large block of memory in this machine. And they're able to do over 11 billion IOPS. So it's just amazing what kind of AI and data science could be done with this machine because of this sort of capability. In addition, we put in a performance tier. The performance tier is fairly small because what it really does is it provides a mechanism, one, twice the speed of the disk, but also it prevents any aging of the storage system over time. As you get fragmentation in these large systems, eventually that 5.2 terabytes per second would go down, but to the users, they see 9.4 terabytes for the entire life of the system because of this. So it's just an incredible amount of storage system that's now been put with this 2 exaflop system to give you the computing and AI work on the other side. So very, very nice. But then this all sounds well and good. What happened when we actually tried to build this thing? So here we are in early 2021, and the chip shortage hits for real. And HPE began ordering those parts, and the suppliers started to tell them, well, yeah, we can get you those parts, but it's going to take an additional 12 months. And HPE came back to us and said, well, you know, your system might be a year late before we can actually build it for you. And it's like, that's totally unacceptable. And so with respect to a good ASCAC meeting is that we worked with Oscar to get a DPAS rating for Frontier that really helped with regards to trying to prioritize US parts orders. So HPE could go back to these vendors and say, look, there's a DPAS rating on this, and can you give us a better priority for getting these parts to us? Not only that, but Oscar and Barb in particular was able to get that extended for both Aurora and El Capitan because the chip shortage is not over yet. It's going to last through 2022 at least. And so this is going to help those other systems as well. What are some of the interesting facts about that in the background? Well, there's about 60 million parts inside of Frontier, and there were about 2 million parts that were affected by the chip shortage. So it wasn't everything, but it was a pretty large number. Of those, there were about 12 part numbers that actually blocked being able to build the very first cabinet. And there were about 15 parts that were blocking AMD from being able to build all the MI200 cards that go inside of Frontier. And these were not exotic parts like the CPUs and GPUs that I just got through describing. No, these are the parts needed by everybody that were building cars, and TVs, and electronics. You know, we've heard of the car manufacturers having to shut down their lines because it's the things like voltage regulators and oscillators and power modules. It turns out that even as we began to try to build this system and use these priority ratings, HPE would get vendors that would say, yes, we're good, we agree, here's the contract, we're going to get you this by April, we'll have 5,000 of these parts in your hands. And then they would call them up about a month later and say, oh, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to do that. Our factory shut down because of COVID, or we can't get any truck drivers to drive this to you. And so they got into a situation where these parts deliveries from the subcontractors were being broken weekly, and they were having to call every supplier every week and say, yes, now you've committed for it to get this to us in the middle of June or the beginning of April or in May or whenever it was, and confirm with them every single week. And for some vendors, every single day that they were still on track. HPE had put together a team of 15 people whose sole job was to try to find all the needed parts, or in some cases, alternatives for Frontier. There were just some parts that there were none in the world. And they were then scrambling to say, what can we find as an alternative part that we could use inside of Frontier? HPE stepped up and was using their size to negotiate with the suppliers, saying, look, it's not just these parts for Frontier. We'll buy parts from you for the next 2 years if you're willing to get these parts to us for Frontier quickly. They were down to parts where you just couldn't find them anywhere. They just weren't made. And so they started calling up electronics warehouses and saying, hello, do you have any of this part? And they'd say, yeah, we got 500 of them here in our storage warehouse. And they'd say, we'll buy them all. They'll call up the next warehouse and say, Radio Shack, do you have any of these in your inventory? Yeah, we've got 1,000. We'll buy them all. And they would even go to other vendors that were themselves stuck and say, do you have any of these parts? And they say, yes, we have some of those, but we can't build our product with them because we're waiting on some other part that we can't get. And HPE would say, well, can we buy some of your supply so that we can make Frontier? As you can see in the little diagram there, we went from 167 different parts that we couldn't get at the very beginning down to, by July 15th, we only had one more part we needed. And it wasn't that we didn't have some of those parts. We had enough of that part to build 63 of those 74 cabinets that we have. We had 11 more cabinets worth of those parts we needed, about 8,000 of them. But as you might imagine, when you're down to the very last one, it's because it is the very hardest thing to find at that time. And it took them 3 more weeks before they were able to find all 8,000 of them. It was hand to mouth, just as I was describing, finding a few in one warehouse or another until they had them all. And those final parts actually arrived at Chippewa Falls the very day that they were putting together the very last Frontier node. So we were right to the very end trying to get the machine built, and they got us the last cabinet of Frontier. It was delivered to Oak Ridge on October 18th. Again, thanks to heroic efforts by the HPE and AMD teams. You see on the left is actually a picture of the front of the machine, and the little inset in red is the last cabinet being rolled into place. And another couple interesting facts about Frontier, each one of these cabinets weighs 8,000 pounds, empty, without the water in it. We ended up having to tear out the entire computer room floor and reinforce it underneath so that we were able to roll these racks in there. Not only is it the the weight of the rack. But as you can see, as he's rolling it in there, there are 4 point loads on those wheels on the floor that it would have to hold up. The other interesting thing is you see that it's not a very big system. As I mentioned, it was 74 racks. The whole thing fits within 4,000 square feet. And you can see this high performance file system that I just described is actually a very tiny part of our computer center as well. We had worked with Cray initially to try to come up with a more dense, compact way to pack that 716 petabytes and all of that high-speed storage in there. And then the last thing I wanted to mention on this slide before we move on to early science is this little inner circle that I've drawn about in the back row of Frontier. That's where the 2 test and development systems that we have, Crusher and Borg. And I'll talk about that in this next slide. So
before you go on, could I just ask a supply chain question real quick?
Sure.
So I'm curious if, and you may not know this, and HPE may not be willing to share either, and if so, that's okay. What fraction of the shortage was domestically sourced versus international? In other words, how dependent are we on international supply chains?
So I don't actually have the percentage. I can tell you that we had a couple of vendors in Europe that were a part of our problem, and that to our surprise and also happiness, that even though they were not required to abide by this priority rating that we had for US suppliers, they actually were willing to do that. We had suppliers in China as well as in Canada that there are different ways that you end up with supply chain issues. One is that you are in the front of the list. You're buying thousands of these parts from them, but they just can't manufacture them because the people are out with COVID or their factory is shut down for one reason or another. So there was a number of them, but the largest percentage were US based by a large fraction, probably on the order of 80% or more were all US based parts. And even in some cases, we were trying to source alternatives, as I mentioned. And in those cases, we would be trying to source them anywhere in the world, but mostly from the US because the DPAS rating allowed us to get those parts easier.
All right, thanks, Al, appreciate it.
Sure. Any other questions before I run on to the next part of it? Because we're going to try to get start talking a little bit about early science. So we want to the first slide is getting Frontier ready. The next one's going to be getting the users ready for early science. So as the first slide shows, this is not our first rodeo putting in place these gigantic computers. We saw with Titan and Summit, it takes a number of months to get all the hardware and software stabilized. You heard Ty talk earlier about getting the system Polaris in place and how it's been, months for them before it's going to be in production. So at this particular point in time, HPE continues sort of in the testing and stabilization of Frontier and that file system. We're pretty much on track for what we have promised to the users in terms of when the machine is going to be available. So we're in good shape there. The early science teams in CAR, now CAR is Oak Ridge's, it's the acronym for our early science teams, and ECP got access to what I showed on that previous diagram, the little circle in the back of Frontier of the Crusher test and development system. And you can see a picture of it there on the right. It's basically 2 cabinets of Frontier hardware. It's 192 nodes. It's got the same Slingshot 11 with Cassini already in it. We're not waiting for any of those chips. It's got all the same software as the rest of Frontier. So it makes a great, development system for both our Oak Ridge early science teams as well as ECP to get ready for when all of Frontier is available to them. Now, in November, we gave it to, a handful of those early heroic users, Crusher, and we gave gave Crusher over to all 800 users of all of the ECP users in January. We told ECP back 2 years ago, before we even knew there would be chip shortages or anything else, look, we think the full Frontier access, you should schedule for it to be available in July, and we're still holding to that date. So, and with regards to all these things that we've gone through, so far everything is holding up fine. And then from the standpoint of Frontier moving into using it for Insight, basic production use, is scheduled for January 2003, and that's all still holding as well. Getting the users ready for early science. So, as I mentioned, we turned Crusher over to the 800 users in January, and we followed that up right away with a Crusher training where we brought in HPE and AMD experts to present all the Frontier architectural details down to nitty-gritty stuff, all about the programming environment features, and telling them all the tips and tricks to try to get the best performance from this machine. The Oak Ridge team also spent that training session to provide all the information about how you log into Crusher, and they also have prepared a Crusher quick start guide, which you can just go out on the web and find and learn a lot about how you would try to use it. We followed that up in the very next month in February with 2 Crusher hackathons, one in February 9th through 11th, which was mainly the car teams, but some ECP teams. And February 15th through 17th was mostly ECP teams with just a few of the car teams. And I put a few quotes on here that were from the hackathon where they were talking about how it was great to actually have the HPE and AMD engineers right there to help them resolve their issues, being able to reduce their run times, having that quick help, things like that. It was all in all a very positive experience. You could imagine it could have been a very bad experience where they got on and said, we can't log in, we can't get our performance, we can't make our machines run. And so in fact, this next slide actually starts to show what we've been able to do initially. So I want to emphasize, this is just the early science results. We're going to be still working on Crusher for the next few months until July or so. So what have we been able to do so far? So here are 7 of the car early science teams and their codes. So the LSMS, they're seeing that the MI 250s are getting about 10 times the speed up over the Summit V100s. The code on doing turbulent flows, they're seeing that what they called, I'm just using quotes out of their reports, that the Crusher GCD achieves 6x speed up over the Summit V100. Well, what is this Crusher GCD? As you see in the footnote, it's really that the MI 250 GPU is really composed of 2 devices, 2 compute devices. And so you can actually look at those first 2 lines and say, oh, they're actually pretty comparable. It's like if you take both of those GCDs and it's about 12x, the first one's about 10x. But I wanted to make it clear that it's full disclosure. So the next application said, we're not really getting that much faster than Summit right now with our code. We still need to do more work. So it's not everybody is doing great. The next code, the plasma physics code, is seeing somewhere between a 2.5 to 5x speed up over Summit. The next one, maybe an 8x speed up over Summit is what they're seeing right now. The next one, again, we'll go back full circle to this comment that had run so fast on Summit. Here, the thing that I pulled out of their report about what they have done initially was unique, so I stuck it in here. It was like, everyone else is over there running on Crusher, but we snuck onto Frontier while no one was looking, and we ran our code on 3,210 nodes over there just to show that we could. And so I said, well, that's sort of neat. So I put that in here as their recent results. And then the last one is something that's really important. I wanted to emphasize this astrophysics code is that even though the reports would say things like, well, it was a 15x speed up. Yeah, well, speed up over what? turns out that a lot of times these performance improvements are really not just because the hardware is faster. A lot of times it's because the researchers have done a lot of work to make this code run faster on any system. And so in this particular case, this code from its baseline already runs 5 times faster on Summit with its improved software than it did originally on Summit. In addition to that 5x, it runs 3 times faster on the Crusher hardware than it does on the same size Summit nodes. So overall, it's 15x, but it's kind of a mixture of both software improvements as well as just hardware being faster. You always want to keep that in mind. These 2 slides are really ones that you saw from Doug Coffey presented on the first day, yesterday. And I'm going to just quickly go through them in terms of saying, yes, there's a lot of people running on Crusher on the Frontier hardware already. And you can see that a lot of them are already compiling, running, and just working on improving performance. But we do have a couple that are stuck at various different places. One is stuck in the build and test. The QMC pack is blocked on a feature in MPI that they want to use that has a bug in it right now that HPE is trying to debug. On this next one, which is the KPP2 applications, sort of just more lists of more applications. Again, most of them are all running on Crusher, and we're just trying to work on trying to get performance and scaling up. But we have a couple of them that are blocked. The games application is blocked because they're waiting for ROCm 5.2 has a feature in it that they need to exploit. And I got a report this morning from my daily reports from HPE that 5.2 is supposed to be loaded onto the system this week. They've got it in testing at Chippewa Falls. They're going to load it on one of the cabinets on Frontier this morning, and then if that works out okay, it'll go across the rest of the system. And you can see that Exabiome is being blocked because of the need for a GasNet and the support for it on the system. But for the most part, we've got a large number of applications all running. Let me just conclude here with this slide, which is really kind of giving you the breadth of the application portfolio that ECP has been working on for 5 years, all getting ready for Frontier. And I just wanted to, I'm not going to spend the whole time reading the details of these slides. These slides are posted online so you can look at them as you want to. But I wanted to point out the box at the bottom, which Doug didn't mention yesterday, but it is the latest agreement between the OilCF, Oak Ridge facility, and ECP, and that they have come to an agreement that once a KPP goal has been achieved, then that ECP team can graduate to the early science allocation. So ECP has been given an allocation of millions of hours on Frontier in July, starting in July, to get their KPP done. But these teams, once they get their KPP done, can graduate to a different allocation, the early science allocation on Frontier, and begin using that machine to get early science results, because that's what that machine's for, is to do science. And we want it to be, every cycle that's available to be used as much as possible to do science through its entire lifetime. And so this is really great, both for the ECP teams, because it gives them encouragement to get their KPPs done as early as possible so that they can go on and start doing early science without being held up by saying, no, you got to let this other guy try to get his KPP done. And also it helps in terms of staff retention, because those teams, once they got their KPP, might be starting to look for a new job somewhere else or do the research. Now, this particular agreement gives them more impetus to sort of stick around with the team and try to do great science. And that's what Frontier is all about. And so with that, I open up for any other questions that people have. And I'll stop sharing so I can see at least the chat windows.
Thanks, Alan. I think Jill had a question in the chat about one of the codes.
Yeah, there are 2 comic codes or COMET codes that I know about, one in epigenetics and one in metagenomics. And I'm just curious which one you're talking about.
Yeah, so the COMET does it doesn't do the metagenetic genomics. It does genetic comparisons. So between a disease symptom or a person's symptoms and all the genetics of their.
Okay.
Let's start.
I've not heard of it. As I said, I know of 2 COMET approaches that have been published, one for metagenomics and the other one for epigenomics, but.
Okay.
So you don't
I'll try
know.
to get that answered for you, but Jill, I'm not a biologist. I only play one
No,
on.
that's okay. It just makes a difference because they're very different kinds of
Very
algorithms.
different approaches. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll
I'd
find that out
love
for
to
you,
know.
Jill.
Okay, thanks.
I'll start with Martin and then go with Vint.
Yeah, and then Tiffany. Yep.
Hi, Al. Great presentation. You know, an awful lot of our apps are sort of limited by 1 flop per word, and the ratio of sort of transfer speeds from memory to execution is about a factor of 100. So, what proportion of your apps, roughly speaking, are kind of bound by that data bus limit, as opposed to their ability to make use of the multiple floating point operations per transfer word that are possible with the GPU architecture? And it's not just the AMD GPUs. It's, NVIDIA GPUs and some Intel CPUs too. That's a fundamental constraint at the moment on modern architectures.
It is, and so that's a great question. It's one of the things that we were trying to focus on with Frontier, because that 0.5 terabyte of HBM2E memory is sitting right there on top of the GPUs, and so it has a 3.2 terabytes per second transfer speed to try to feed that GPU as fast as possible. It's still it's still a detraction from how fast that GPU is, but it is as fast a memory as we could get into the GPU, as much and as fast as can be built today.
Yeah, and that's not a limitation on your architecture, because if you do a comparison, you'll see that even some of the modern CPU designs are limited in a similar sort of way, and the GPU speeds still are faster. So you do get better performance out of the GPU, even for those codes that are just basically 1 flop per word, which is sort of not something I would have guessed at a few years ago for sure. Thanks very much.
You're welcome, Martin. Vint, you're next, and then we'll get to Tiffany.
Thanks so much. This is all very exciting stuff. As I listen to these presentations and I recognize the massive amount of computing capacity that each of the various installations has, I wonder how well we're doing keeping the machines busy. I know that there's, I'm sure, a long list of people asking for time, but do we have some sense for how well we're using the capacity? And the thing that is scary thing, of course, would be, well, somebody got time on the machine and they used 1/10 of it because the problem didn't require more than that. How good are we at actually allocating the machine's capacity to maybe more than one thing at a time?
So that's an excellent question, Vint. So Summit which is our big system that's running right now, 200 petaflops. The Insight proposals, they're about 3 times oversubscribed every year in terms of the number of people wanting a certain number of hours and what we can actually give out. And so in some sense, we're giving out all of the hours that's available on the system. In terms of our actually running the system and how well it stays up and how well we're able to keep it full all the time, we're staying north of 90% utilization of that machine all the time to keep all of the cycles used. And then there's a second criteria for Insight, which is it doesn't make any sense to build a giant computer and then give it to 6,000 people, because you might as well have built 6,000 little computers and given them their own individual machine. So part of the Insight proposals is, do you really need a gigantic computer? Are you going to use a large fraction of this machine? And so we actually keep track of that as well. And so with Summit, I think it's somewhere around, I'm going to have to guess here, I don't know the number, it's somewhere between 40 and 70% of all the jobs have to use a large fraction of the machine or have used a large fraction. The Insight proposal process sort of weeds out people who need only a small fraction of the machine. So a large number of the cycles are all used on jobs that are using at least 25% of this entire machine.
Yeah, that's the far side principle. The monster must be at least this tall to attack the city.
Exactly. Tiffany, you have a question.
Yes, hello. Hi, Al and Dan and everyone. This is Tiffany with HPC Wire. Great talk, Al. Hearing the ins and outs of how everything was sourced for Frontiers was really interesting. I have 3 questions, but I think they're pretty quick ones. So when it comes to the 4 GPUs that are on a Frontier node, given, and you have this on one of your slides, given that there's the 2 GPU dies, the GCDs on each of those, are you thinking of it at Ornell as more like 8 GPUs on a node?
So the users have looked at it both ways, our different science teams. Some teams use it like 8 GPUs. Now those 2 GCDs are actually hooked together with a much faster interconnect than the 4 GPUs are, because they're hooked right together on that same die. So there's an advantage to try to use them as a pair and call it 1 GPU. So some application teams do that, and others take advantage of the fact that it looks like 8 GPUs. So we see it used both ways.
Oh, great. Barb noted yesterday that Frontier was deployed in Q1. We have so many terms, of course, installed and deployed and accepted and so forth, that we each have different meanings. What does deployed mean? Does it have a specific meaning in the DOE OSCAR parlance?
Well, if you're asking for the DOE parlance, we probably have to get Barb to answer that question.
Fair enough.
We have it delivered. That's what my slide says. It was delivered October. The last cabinet was delivered and put in place in October. Now, then it has to be all wired up. I mentioned that it has 81,000 cables that have to be put together, and then it has to be stabilized. But so Barb, I'll let you answer that question.
Yeah, and the difference, as Al alluded to it, it has to be stabilized. It hasn't undergone acceptance testing yet, which means we're still stabilizing it and getting some bugs worked out. And once we go through official acceptance tests, then we consider the machine ready for operation.
Okay, thanks.
And your third question.
Yes. Will you keep Crusher separate or integrate it with Frontier?
In fact, one of the things that was actually on the slides yesterday that Doug Kofi gave for ECP is that it was turned over to ECP for their use in November, and it will run until the end of ECP. So till 2024 or 2023, whenever that project is over, it's going to be available for those users to continue to do their early work or work on small numbers of nodes on the side.
I think one of your slides may have said 2 test systems. Did you mention another test system?
So I mentioned the slide says Crusher and Borg. And okay. So that little corner right there, if you were put a magnifying glass on it and look at it, it says, no, that isn't 2 cabinets, Al. That's actually looks like 4 cabinets. What it really is 3 compute cabinets. There is Crusher, which is 2 Frontier cabinets, and that's available for our early science users, all 800 of them. The other one is called Borg. It's just a 1 cabinet system, and it's available to our system administrators. So when we get new software that they say, oh, we have this new operating system to load onto Frontier. Oh, we have this new Slingshot software to load on Frontier. They don't just slap it on there and hope that it works. They try it out first on a small system. That's what Borg is for them to do, their system administrators to do pre-testing on all the software to make sure it's not going to blow the system up before they load it on the whole system.
Great,
so
thanks.
The 2 test and development systems do.
Thanks for letting me ask questions. Appreciate it.
Sure. Any other questions?
There's some side chatter in the chat. Any other questions from any members of ASCAC? All right, thanks, Al.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Exciting things ahead. Next up is going to talk about updates on the software stewardship RFI and the workshop on reimagining co-design and the roundtable on parallel discrete event simulation. So that's quite a mouthful, but probably we'll get at some of the issues I think that the chat talked about earlier. So Hal, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. And let me say, so can you see my correct screen at this point?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And now I have to follow Al, and he gave us a procurement action movie, and there is a lot of heroics that goes on in procurement. So I'm glad he was able to give everyone a sense of what that is. So I'm going to change topics now a little bit, and we're going to first start talking about software stewardship and sustainability. And I'll start out by saying that this is very concretely motivated by the ASCAC report on the transition after ACP that Roscoe and a number of you put together, and that was extremely informative and influential as we have started to think through the process of not only the post-ECP transition, but also more broadly, how we are going to address the challenges of software sustainability and stewardship for high performance and scientific computing. So what we did is, as our first main action, is we put together a task force, and that task force put together a request for information. That request for information was released on October 29th of last year. And we got the responses back in the middle of December. We, in that RFI, outlined a potential set of scoping items for a software stewardship activity. And we think they're fairly broad. That covers everything from training on software development and use, workforce support, infrastructure for common development needs, curation and governance processes, maintaining situational awareness, shared engineering resources, and individual project support. So those were the things that we called out up front in the RFI as potential things that were in scope for a future software sustainability activity. And I'll go into more detail on what was in the RFI, specifically what questions were asked and what the responses were in a moment. Before I do that, let me say that we received 37 independent responses. We received responses from ECP itself, including from the software technology part of ECP, from the ECP Task Force on Broader Engagement. And in addition, we received responses from national laboratories, we received responses from nonprofit organizations, we received responses from small businesses and from medium and large businesses. What we've done is we have taken all of those responses, we've concatenated them together and given them a stable home on OSDI. So they have a DOI. These can be a resource for the community, and they're citable. So I'm now going to talk about sort of what's in the RFI in some sense. And I'm going to say that what we've tried to do here is highlight the themes that we noted. These slides are definitely not comprehensive. We received over 360 pages of text over all of the responses. And so there's no way that we could do them justice in a short presentation. But hopefully this summary will inspire your interest in learning more about what the various members of the community have said. And I say that speaking not just to ASCAC, but to the wider community. We think that since all of this effort was put in to these responses, they really should be a resource for the entire community. And we hope they're viewed that way. All right. So now I'm going to go through a subset, most of the questions that were asked in the various sections of the RFI, and give you some feeling about, for what the responses were. And so we'll start here. The first set of questions talked about software dependencies and requirements. And we asked what software packages and standardized languages or APIs are current or likely future dependencies for irrelevant research activities and development activities. And to present this, I'm going to take advantage of a word cloud tool from the University of Arizona that nicely does semantic grouping. So in this particular case, most of these dependencies are represented by words or short phrases, and so this works well. And you can see here that there's a wide variety of different things that people are thinking about in this regard. They include things like CMake and SPAC, build tools and packaging. We have, of course, TensorFlow and PyTorch and machine learning tools from the Python ecosystem. We have things like Cocos and OpenMP, standard programming languages, C++, and so on. Verging into the regime of traditional HPC dependencies, Fortran and C++, BLAS and LAPACK, and so on. And I'm just going to take a moment here to talk about how we prepared these slides, because, as I said, we received 360 pages of text. So our task force split up the various responses. We read through them. We accumulated a large spreadsheet of information from all of the responses, broken down into the various topic categories that we had asked about. And then we used tools like these word cloud generators in order to try and pull out common themes so that we could produce this kind of presentation, which hopefully provides a good, useful summary of the responses while minimizing any kind of bias that we would introduce. We're trying to summarize the responses as the community provided them in the most useful way. All right. So the next question here is, what are the key capabilities provided by these software packages? And again, the themes here are similar in some sense to the detailed responses in the last one. They cover things like programming environments and package management, tools for data analysis, including visualization, portability and handling of parallelism, data movement, and mathematical routines and data analysis, and also tools for interfacing with the wider scientific community. So all of these things were called out as themes for that response. And then, of course, we asked what capabilities, which are not already present, do you anticipate requiring in the foreseeable future? And the breakdown here, was mostly along the lines of different technical directions. So, of course, people are interested in better tools and capabilities for data management, more modern development tools, workflow and integration tools. Of course, machine learning showed up quite a bit, in addition to sparsity support. And this was both in the context of machine learning and also in the context of other kinds of mathematical analyses. And of course, optimizations for GPUs and other kinds of accelerators. Plus, there was a set of responses that talked about better use of community-aligned development processes and the capabilities that support those. And so I highlighted those specifically. We also asked, what are the most significant foreseeable risks associated with those dependencies, and about preferred mitigation strategies. And so, in this particular context, perhaps it's not surprising that, one big risk is library dependencies without stable support. If you're building your application and your application or library depends on other software, then of course, if that software is not itself supported and sustainable, then that introduces a risk for your development. And moreover, there are risks associated with supporting many different combinations of systems and libraries. Of course, across many different systems, there are different kinds of hardware, different kinds of software. And being able to produce software that works on all these different combinations is a difficult challenge. Now, of course, for mitigation strategies, people talked about leveraging and participating in larger communities. Defining APIs and allowing for different implementations for interfacing with other projects. People talked about package management, automated and regular testing. Of course, helps with supporting different systems, and having good documentation and source access as mitigation strategies that are important in this regard. Next thing that we asked about were strategies and technology that are employed or that are intended to be employed in the foreseeable future for security, to ensure the security and integrity of the software and the provenance of its associated metadata. And here I'll break down the overall themes into two categories. So one of them is technical. People are looking at better tools in order to handle things like version and access control for their software. Things like automated testing and analysis in order to make sure that the software is functionally correct and the data can be preserved appropriately. And of course, there's a large interest in employing artificial intelligence, machine learning powered functionality, not only to detect problems in software, but also to track the data and metadata associated with its development. And then the other category had to do with development practices. This has to do with enforced standards and policies, ensuring good documentation. And moreover, especially in this context of security and integrity, making sure that there is whole team involvement. The security integrity of the software is not simply the responsibility of a subset of the team, but it really becomes everyone's responsibility. And the wider community here is, of course, in the process of defining best practices that are quite relevant here. And the responses called out a number of them, things like SLSA and the software bill of materials, which are actively emerging best practices. And many of the responses talked about those in detail. So we asked about infrastructure requirements for software development, and we asked, what requirements people had for infrastructure, what are the capabilities that are provided by those requirements, and which things did people anticipate needing in the future. And for these, I'll break these down into sort of two coupled aspects. So one is people talked about tools and capabilities necessary to enable distributed community development. So these are things like productivity tools and cloud-based platforms. I mean, whether it's using GitHub or other capabilities that enable teams of people to work together on software development. People talked about the requirement for automated testing and for security and integrity tools and practices. And this was coupled with access to facilities and testbeds. So people need to be able to test their software to evaluate different designs and different kinds of capabilities, different algorithms. They have to be able to do this on a large enough scale that it's meaningful if they need to target large scale resources for production. And so testbeds and facilities that have large enough scale was a key requirement that was called out. In addition to having testbeds that have a diversity of architecture so that you can test on all these different systems and to some extent combinations that are needed. And the testbeds and the hardware and the software ecosystem require good documentation. This perhaps goes without saying, but it was called out explicitly. And there are a number of opportunities here that were called out for vendor partnerships in establishing and enabling these testbeds and both in scale and diversity to meet these needs. We asked about what are the most significant risks that are associated with the infrastructure, and I'll break these down into two categories. So one is external risks. So there's a risk of lack of vendor support for the kinds of architectures that are needed for high performance computing and scientific computing, and there's a risk of associatedly low vendor responsiveness if there are problems. And of course, there are also risks associated with hardware, driver, operating system defects, and unavailability of various sorts. And so, those are perhaps associated with any infrastructure, computing infrastructure, but they're called out here as well. And then there are internal risks, right? There are risks that the software that is being developed will itself have defects. There are risks that software may be more difficult to adapt to new systems, both new hardware systems, right, but also new software systems that are associated with upcoming systems. All right. We asked a set of questions that were targeting the development and maintenance of community software. We asked what tasks are the largest contributors to any additional effort that's associated with maintaining community software, as opposed to software that is solely used for a particular research project or used by a particular research group. And here again, things can be broken down into two main categories. So one are requirements that are associated with dealing with the community. So these are, or I should say, they're serving the community. So these are things like support for additional platforms. There could be platforms that are needed by the wider community that are not needed by the particular development group that's leading the development of a particular piece of software. There are requirements for additional features, requirements for additional testing and performance tuning that may be needed by the community more so than by the primary authors of a particular software package, and more comprehensive documentation and training material. So these are things that are tasks associated with supporting community software that may go above and beyond what's needed by a particular research group. And then there are contributors to effort that are associated with dealing and interacting with the community. So things like reviewing and integrating external contributions, tracking, investigating, and resolving bug reports and feature requests, engaging with the community during design and decision processes. As we probably all experienced, what people are talking about here is that it can be faster if you have a small group that just has to make a set of decisions, makes them, and then moves on. But if you have a community software, then you have to involve the community in that process. And that can lead to very desirable outcomes, but can also take longer. And so that was called out. And then of course, things like advertising, making the community aware of what you're doing, takes effort. And providing training material, event planning, this kind of thing. These were the things that were generically called out as the largest contributors to that additional effort. We asked correspondingly about the largest non-monetary impediments to performing that additional work. Again, things were called out here, like maintaining additional infrastructure, maintaining additional software processes and the complexity associated with those additional processes. The effort associated with understanding external user requirements. This was paired with the things like the lack of associated incentives and recognition. If there aren't incentives and there's not recognition for doing the work, then it's obviously less likely to get done. And then also things like lack of time and ability to provide support commitments. And maybe there are sort of two senses in which this was called out. So one is, of course, that research groups may not be able to provide guarantees of long-term support, especially if they're on soft money or some kind of funding that is going to be uncertain in the future. And the second aspect of this is, of course, no amount of money buys extra hours in the day, right? So people have opportunity costs associated with undertaking certain kinds of tasks, and especially given the limited human resourcing associated with some of these efforts that people talked about, that was a concern. So then we asked a set of questions that were related to workforce, and so here we asked, what challenges do you face in recruiting and retaining talented individuals to perform development in scientific and high performance computing? And also I'll summarize the responses here as threefold. So one is that it is a competitive area. The skills that are needed to develop this kind of software are in demand in industry, in academia, and by the government. And so that obviously has the sort of associated set of challenges with competing in that workplace for that workforce. And so simultaneously, people call that the fact that awareness of the area is still relatively low. Most people going through university or otherwise looking at engaging in the computing workforce may not know about the kinds of opportunities that are available developing software for scientific and high performance computing. And on the flip side of this, people called out that in many of these areas, they're looking for people who have specialized backgrounds, and those specialized backgrounds have limited pipelines. So there just may be a limited number of people who can really kind of slot in easily without a bunch of additional training into the roles that are trying to be filled. To build on that, we asked about additional challenges on top of what was mentioned on the previous for the previous question. In recruiting and retaining individuals from groups that are historically underrepresented in STEM or individuals from underserved communities. And here, maybe I'll break this down into these two categories. So one is recruiting practices. So this, of course, talks about things like unconscious bias, but also things like over-reliance on traditional pipelines. If you have an organization and you have established relationships with other universities or what have you, you may lean too heavily on recruiting from those places as opposed to looking more widely. And associated with that are things like inflexible stated degree or skill requirements on positions. You can unintentionally cut out a large fraction of your potential applicant pool by placing restrictions on who can apply and the skills that you expect them to have. And obviously some of those requirements are quite necessary, but sometimes people thought that there were requirements that could be more flexible than they are. And then on the flip side of this, there are pipeline challenges, right? So in existing pipelines, of course, diversity needs improvement in many cases. There's also a lack of awareness of positions, of training available, and of mentorship opportunities that will broaden those pipelines and provide them with additional depth and robustness. And then, and of course, for many people, especially those from underserved communities, there are difficulties with technology access that would be associated with understanding what opportunities are available and being trained on them. All right, so then we asked about successful strategies, right? What successful strategies have been employed to help overcome these kinds of challenges? And correspondingly, we asked what opportunities for professional recognition and career advancement are available. And here I thought we had a good set of responses, which I have grouped here into a couple different categories. So, or maybe surprisingly not into a couple, but into several groupings of categories. So, this talks about things in the pipeline sense. So we have things like targeted outreach and external partnerships have been employed by a number of organizations to help bring in people, and of course having more thoughtful recruiting practices is important. Once people are inside the organization, you have to worry about things like, do you have internal support? Do you have connections to community groups to make people feel welcome, to help address their needs? And do you have training and other kinds of career development resources available in order to foster their careers and help them grow? Will they, even if they grow, will they get recognition for that growth? Do they have award opportunities that can recognize their contributions? And one thing that was called out specifically, because I think a lot of those things, of course, apply to many different kinds of positions. One thing that was specifically called out in the context of software development and software stewardship was, are people in a place where they're working in projects that have fair and transparent governance processes? Because that really contributes, as pointed out by many of the RFI respondents, to having a workplace that people really want to be in, and so that was key. Then we moving on, we asked about different kinds of challenges to technology transfer, to both technology transfer to the private sector and also community development with nonprofit organizations, with consortia, and so on. And we asked, what are the important characteristics and components of sustainable models for software development for scientific and high performance computing? And here we called out, or I'll summarize some of the responses in a couple of different categories. And so a lot of these focus on non-technical factors, but things that are needed in order to enable this sustainable development longer term and at larger scale. So these are things like legal services and insurance, things to deal with intellectual property, licensing and trademarks and so on, to enable agile partnerships and agile technology transfer, and also provide liability and other kinds of protection for people who are contributing to projects. The second category here has to do with governance and community. So there are things here like, again, having inclusive and transparent project governance, following community best practices for project structure and development. These are obviously things that are important characteristics for having sustainable models that involve wider communities, and having a path for incubation and lifecycle management to make it clear how what's the on-ramp, what's the off-ramp, and so on. People talked about having broad impact. Of course, enabling broad impact is going to be essential for having long-term sustainability, and so you have things like incentives for external impact and community development, the adoption of and development of standards to impact the broader ecosystem, and making sure that there's a sufficient interaction with the wider community and the wider software ecosystem, so that the software that's being developed has a place to kind of sit within the bigger picture. And then, of course, there are financial needs that are associated with sustainability, and the respondents talked about a variety of things here. Specifically leveraging the various strengths that are provided by national laboratories, academia, nonprofit organizations, and businesses of all sizes, and specifically spoke to different ways of enabling diversified funding to support development and to support the activities associated with software. All right, and then we asked, now that we asked about what are the important characteristics, and then we asked about what are the key obstacles what are the impediments and bottlenecks to addressing those best practices. And so I'll call out a couple of different themes. So one is unhelpful levels of redundancy and lack of broader and wider visibility and engagement. It's hard to have a sustainable development of a software package when it's one of many packages that does essentially the same thing. And so, being cognizant of what's available in the wider community and being engaged in that process, making sure that the community knows about what you're doing, was called out as being important in this context. Of course, other things include the lack of financial, legal, and administrative support, the lack of incentives, and the desire to work on things like documentation and maintenance and external interaction, and also a lack of connection to and career opportunities for software engineers. And so, this was called out in two different senses. So one was, are there opportunities for career advancement for software engineers that are working on particular projects? And also, it was called out that sometimes even in organizations that have software engineering resources available to projects, they may not be well connected to the scientists and engineers who are actually working on various pieces of software. And so, but both of those things were called out as challenges. And then we asked, what the development practices and other factors facilitate the establishment of good models, successful models for development. And so, these are in some sense the converse of the things on the last slide, right? Awareness of an integration with the wider community, adoption of community best practices, and support for community development and agile technology transfer. And here I'll actually point out that I mentioned at the beginning, we had a number of responses from national laboratories. And there, I will say specifically that not only did we have responses from national laboratories capturing the inputs from the research groups that are traditionally associated with OSCAR and our development portfolio, but we also had responses that clearly captured input from domain scientists and folks working on other application areas, as well as people working in the technology transfer offices at the laboratories. And I thought it was quite nice to see that we had all that variety of input and those different perspectives represented. Okay, so coming back to the other thing on the first slide, I said, okay, we outlined this set of scope activities that could be included, and we asked what should be added or removed from the list. So I'll tell you, as far as I could tell, no one advocated removing any of those activities from the list, but there were a couple of things that came up as might be added. And those included application engagement and support, training on best practices for community development and management of community software projects, support for community outreach and networking, and also legal and administrative support came up in a number of instances as something that was important for the scope. All right, we asked about the overall management structure for a software stewardship activity, and I'll say that we received a number of responses. There are many different management structures that are suggested in the responses. I'll not really try to summarize them here, except to say that there were a number of different axes along which they differed. So things like local versus centralized control and standard setting, and also horizontal versus vertical. Like, should it be grouped around different application domains, or should it be more, sort of vertically integrated, across different multi-domain organizations? The involvement in role different kinds of organizations. These are things like national labs, universities, nonprofit organizations, small businesses, large businesses, and vendors, and so on. And of course, there were a variety of approaches that were proposed for lifecycle management and curation of the software in the ecosystem. And and we asked specifically about how management structure could coordinate with DOE user facilities and others to provide access to relevant testbeds and necessary infrastructure. And so the three things I'll call out are: one, closely communicating with DOE facilities in order to help enable vendor partnerships, coordinating allocation and access, both to DOE and also to cloud and community resources that are available to a wider audience, and C, negotiating support for automatable testing and other infrastructure services. We talked a lot about in the previous slides about having best practices for software development, things like continuous integration or automated testing. And so enabling that in the context of these test beds was viewed as being important. And finally, we asked about what are the metrics for success? What are the criteria that will be used for evaluating this kind of program? And these really fell into two different categories. One is technical metrics. Things like, are the software following best practices? Do they reach their scalability, performance, and platform support goals? Are they sufficiently integrated with the rest of the ecosystem? Do they have the right capabilities? And then there are community metrics. Things like, are they following best practices for community management? Do they have a wide number of users or developers? Looking at things like downloads and citations, and have they enabled other kinds of collaborations? And then, of course, for those two kinds of metrics, people talked about different kinds of assessment. Right? Is there going to be an oversight or advisory, some kind of industry committee to evaluate things? And then, what kind of regular review process might there be? And so, just to preempt the question, let me say something about our next steps. So, we are going to finalize the targeted scope of potential activities for next fiscal year. ASCAC is working on that now. We're working on defining the relationship between those activities and synergistic activities in all three divisions of ASCAC: facilities research and advanced computing technologies. We're going to pursue the definition release of a funding opportunity or opportunities covering that targeted scope. And then we're going to work with ECP, with the ASCAC facilities and other stakeholders to enable a common understanding and a smooth transition and to facilitate that overall process. Okay, so let me stop here and ask if there are any questions before I go on to the next topic.
Questions, folks? Rick?
Yeah, so we've mentioned a couple of times in the discussions here about the opportunity costs, and particularly of the people whose time and knowledge would go into this. So failing the existence of something that is organizationally aligned with incentives to do this, the opportunity costs will keep coming up unless there were something like a facility for automation to make the time investments, significantly reduced. So I guess I wondered if there was maybe more opportunity around investing in, upfront tools that could automate more of the time-consuming aspects of this. And then secondly, the existence of an organization with alignment of incentives so that these people are not being, quote unquote, stolen from more important activities.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say two things. So one is the challenge around incentives was certainly called out in a large number of the responses. It's something that we're quite cognizant of. And to your first point, yes, there's a lot of interest in using AI and other sort of advanced tooling in order to automate a lot of the processes. And on the OSCAR side, we have a research portfolio. We have a funding opportunity that we call ASCAC that we released last year that was specifically focused on the areas of testing and of parallel programming model translation to enable things to move between architectures and automate those processes. So we are funding research specifically on that area, and I think there was certainly an indication that people are interested in better automation all around.
All right, Vint, and then Vivek.
So it's Vin again. Three things. First of all, we share a problem about maintenance in general. I think the exciting thing to do is the new piece of software that does something shiny and sparkling, and less fun to make sure everything just keeps working. Adjusting APIs and adjusting libraries to match. So we've found it important to provide incentive for that kind of curation and stewardship. Second, does the existing community have, that supports DOE, have anything like the kind of open source structures that are in use today for like SourceForge or GitHub or GitLab? Do we have mechanisms within the OSCAR supported community that look like that for the supercomputing facilities? And third, do you need any help with automated debugging? We've ended up at Google having to invent all kinds of dynamic and static analysis of software in order to get rid of exposed stupid mistakes that we make. Fuzzing is a very common practice as well. Does that turn out to be important for the software that's developed for the supercomputer applications?
Yes. So a couple of things. So one is I'll say that under the exascale computing project, there has been a significant investment in tooling and in having infrastructure for things like continuous integration. There has been work on a GitLab-based system for managing internal projects and their testing. And of course, a lot of teams are now using GitHub and the same tools that everyone is using in the wider community for projects that can be open. I think that's often considered a best practice for a variety of reasons. And with regard to automated debugging and fuzzing, these issues do come up. Obviously, they come up in different ways for different kinds of things, right? So the way that fuzz testing might apply to a numerical solver might be quite different from the way it applies to an MPI implementation. And in fact, some of the projects that we have under the XStack portfolio that I mentioned a minute ago are specifically looking at taking fuzzing-based tools and applying them to certain aspects of numerical and scientific software. And much of that work is either built on or inspired by work that's been done by Google and others on fuzzing-based technology. So we're definitely looking at that, and I think that people are always looking for further collaboration in that regard.
With Dan's permission, is Vin again, just one additional question for Hal. Let's imagine that you're an intense user of one of the like the Frontier system or maybe one of its predecessors, and you get an email saying, "Hi, guess what? We're going to swap all of this stuff out and we're going to put a whole new system in, and your code doesn't run anymore." Is that actually a big problem? And do you have a sort of a retrofit challenge as you introduce new computing facilities?
Yes, it is a challenge, and it's sometimes it's actually made a little bit easier by the fact that many people still statically link their applications. So but nevertheless, changes in underlying system software and things do cause changes, and sometimes those changes cause issues that are quite tricky to track down. So I mean, people try and use best practices around collecting provenance information about the state of the systems, and the system administrators likewise try to keep track very carefully of what's on the system. But it is a challenge.
Thank you.
Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you. So thanks, Hal. Yeah, my comment and question actually relates to the really important point that you made in quite some detail related to workforce. And really what I'm curious about is the spectrum of skills that can contribute to scientific software, ASCAC software development. I think of it as an inverted pyramid. Some people might think of it as a power law, where the bottom you have the ninjas that really work with the vendors, that know things with the assembly language and all. Then you have the next level of software engineers who can use some of the libraries we've been talking about, including Cocos and Raja. And at the level above, you have people who contribute to scientific software, but are now more at the domain scientist level and increasingly using Python, Jupyter notebooks, and so on. And there's similar trends in commercial computing, where in commercial computing now, as you know, there's a vision for no-code AI, for example, as you go up and up. And of course, what happens is, the reason I think of it as an inverted pyramid is you have more and more workforce candidates as you go further up the pyramid. And so this also relates to the point that you made about qualifications when hiring. It could be that somebody does not have deep C++ skills, but could contribute a lot to scientific software when you look at the spectrum. So that was my general sort of observation, and I would love to get your thoughts on whether that view specifically for scientific software can help with bridging some of the workforce gaps that you referred to.
Yeah, I think it can. And I think it's also highlighted by a number of the responses that we received, which talk a lot about requirements that are related to things like workflow software and Python packages and sort of higher level packages for data analysis and machine learning and so on. And of course also dovetails with the fact that what we're trying to do is open up high performance and scientific computing to a wider audience. And that means specifically making it available and usable by people who are not C++ ninjas, as you say, or Fortran ninjas, right? But people who are scientists, who are engineers, who are students, who are interested in this, and making it so that the software and the ecosystem are available to them to make progress.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think in the interest of time, we started late, Hal, so I'm not pressuring you, but I am looking at the schedule. Let's move on to the next element of your talk.
Okay, so in the second half of the talk, I'm going to briefly summarize the outcome of a workshop and a roundtable, which cover a number of different things. So let me just jump right in here. So in March of 2021, we facilitated a workshop, a community workshop. It's called the Workshop on Reimagining Co-Design. And the first thing I'll point out is that we actually had a large number of attendees. This was an online workshop, and we had over 100 participants, laboratory staff, university faculty and staff, and industry representatives, including representatives from a number of large companies and vendors that we work with, which is notable in this context, and of course, folks from other federal agencies as well. We had a great set of keynotes and an excellent organizing committee, and we took advantage of the fact that it was an online workshop. We had video recordings of the presentations, and they're essentially all available on the workshop website. So even if you missed the workshop, you should feel free to go and check out the presentations and the keynotes. And to get people into the workshop, we allowed anyone to observe, but for people to participate in the breakouts, we selected those participants in part by having an open call for position papers. And so we ended up accepting, the organizing committee ended up accepting 86 position papers for the workshop. Those are listed on the workshop website. And we also collected those position papers together and put them, that collection on OSDOE. So that's also a citable resource that people can take advantage of. All right. So let me just talk quickly about co-design and the targets and how this might contribute to our future research program. So first, the targets of co-design. So the workshop was focused on the future design of software and hardware for leadership scale systems and software, for scientific edge computing, for things like accelerator modules and chiplets that can go into those systems, in addition to the compute, in addition to things like smart networking, memory, and storage technologies. So across that entire spectrum, that was how the scope was defined. All right. Now, another key question is, what are the key motivating technology factors that go into having a workshop? The workshop is called reimagining. So of course, we're reimagining, and the community wanted to reimagine what this might look like in the context of the evolving technology ecosystem. And so they've called out here a number of key areas that I'll highlight. So one is advanced and modular packaging technologies that provide the high performance composition of different components. They could be targeted for different computational motifs, and they can be potentially provided by different organizations. And so, we're now in a regime where we're not necessarily just talking about a single organization, a large vendor that has to provide everything, but you can really have, you can open that up more. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And we also talked a lot in this workshop about the availability and use of open source hardware designs to allow low risk collaborations among academics, laboratories, and industry. Of course, there's a large interest in AI-driven technologies and advanced system modeling. And of course, you have both co-design for AI and AI for co-design. And so the AI tools, of course, can enable better system design, and also having systems that can better do machine learning and other artificial intelligence calculations are an important workload. Simultaneously, we're looking at a enhanced set of metrics against which we're going to evaluate future design. So, adding to traditional metrics such as performance and power usage and reliability, the community really highlighted the fact that we're looking at things like energy efficiency, but also security and other relevant system properties as metrics against which you're going to design the hardware and the software. And importantly, when we talk about co-design, and Oscar has been talking about co-design and implementing co-design for a very long time, as I'll talk about in a minute, that means that the design of both the hardware and the software are both evolving. And one of the key technology factors that the community highlighted here was that because we have portable programming models now, and these are things like COCOS and OpenMP and so on, then that allows the efficient evolution and targeting not only of the hardware, but also the software can then evolve in concert and enable a more rapid design cycle. All right. So here is in some sense the key takeaway that the community wanted to put forward for looking at the co-design process for hardware architectures and software going into the future, and comparing that to the way things have been done in the past. And of course, we've had very successful engagements in the past, such as Path Forward that has been mentioned in previous presentations today, and these worked in some sense like the cycle here that's depicted on the left, and they were extremely successful, but that doesn't mean we didn't learn lessons from them that the community thought that we could move forward and improve for the future. So we have the cycle that was depicted for the past essentially involved monolithic procurements, which would involve engagement with vendors. Often NDAs would be employed very early in the process, and so as a result, you'd end up analyzing a relatively small number of workloads, and then you'd have an impact on general purpose components, but that impact would be kind of necessarily limited by their general purpose nature. And then you were relying on the large vendors to integrate those into a small number of proprietary designs that would then be deployed as part of this monolithic procurement cycle. So that's how the community depicted the past co-design process. And then they said, okay, well, given these key technology factors that we had highlighted on the previous slide, how might this change for the future? What has the new technology ecosystem enabled us to think about going forward? And the first thing I already mentioned, which is that the use of things like chiplets and other kind of more modular packaging technologies, disaggregated computing, and so on, can reduce the barriers of entry to participating in the overall process, because you have an opportunity to have more and different kinds of vendors contributing to providing hardware for systems. Also having a more open design process allows the research program to contribute in a very concrete way to the co-design process, and be able to do so more comprehensively, both in terms of design space exploration, but also in terms of workload analysis. So you have a more comprehensive set of workloads that are being analyzed by a larger collaboration of people, academics, laboratory staff, and in partnership with vendors. And then that enables you to create these kinds of modular designs that are driven by these multiple objectives, like not just performance and so on, but also things like energy efficiency and security. All those metrics can be included as first-class citizens, depending on the targeted use cases. And then all of those things can be flexibly integrated, again, because of the new opportunities that are presented by the present technology ecosystem. All right, so the workshop ended up producing 4 priority research directions. So these are areas that the community has, feels represent the most important directions for research in this area. And so the first priority research direction is entitled Driving Breakthrough Computing Capabilities with Targeted Heterogeneity and Rapid Design. All right, so this is, how do you enable this rapid design cycle? What new technologies and methods enable that? And how do you ensure that those align with the increasingly diverse and demanding computing requirements that are associated with our targeted workloads? Then also enabling software and applications that embrace radical architecture diversity. So again, we talked about the fact that not only is the technology ecosystem changing on the hardware side, but also on the software side. The researchers wanted to understand how those novel approaches to software and hardware design, can be, enhanced and further developed in order to enable portability and, across a diverse and increasingly diverse computing ecosystem. Then talked about engineered, the third PRD is engineered security integrity from transistors to applications. So again, this is incorporating these other metrics, things like security and privacy, provenance preservation, and scientific integrity. How do those get translated into specific metrics, and then how do you actually design and validate components across those different things? And of course, there are additional challenges here when we talk about this modularity, where you have components being provided by different vendors. This introduces additional challenges with respect to ensuring security and these other metrics that have to be addressed. And then the fourth PRD is designing with data-rich processes. So this means, how do you have quantitative tools and techniques that allow accurate and practical modeling in order to enable dynamic, responsive co-design that is able to handle things like irregular workflows and distributed workflows across different systems that have different computational requirements. Okay, so and then just quickly, I'll also talk about the roundtable that we hosted last year in September on parallel discrete event simulation. So Randall and I put together this roundtable. We had 21 participants from 8 labs. And just by way of definition, I'll say that parallel discrete event simulation is for simulations that model systems that are characterized by discrete changes and discrete interactions between some collection of entities. So here, there are a number of important workloads that are key to the mission of the Department of Energy and are sort of historically and canonically associated with parallel discrete event simulation. So the first one I'll call out. It's kind of the canonical example of parallel discrete event simulation are simulations of transportation systems, and of course these are really important to understanding energy efficient transportation and processes and energy usage nationally, and they're modeled by a set of entities which are vehicles and other things, and people are trying to optimize things like travel times and also efficiency with minimizing congestion and fuel and so on. But also there's a key theme here, which is that these systems are not only becoming increasingly complex, but are also increasingly data rich. So they incorporate things like real-time GPS and camera feeds, the incorporation of 5G and advanced wireless technologies, is of course smart vehicles and infrastructure. And I've called it out for this bullet point under transportation, but it really applies analogously to all of the different use cases below. So of course, other things include energy grid applications. Smart grids and renewables are really key. The simulation of networking components for the internet, for other kinds of networks, and evaluation of new protocols. On the more traditional scientific simulation side, there are things like use of kinetic Monte Carlo simulations for material science applications. Things like looking at crystal and film growth, impurity, migration, and material evolution due to various kinds of physical processes. Of course, are modeled in this way. Of course, in the current context, dealing with COVID and other kinds of epidemics, understanding the response characteristics to different kinds of collective and individual behaviors integrated over large systems is really key. And then another sort of canonical example of this kind of simulation is the simulation of hardware architectures for computing hardware architectures and other large-scale infrastructure. And so these kinds of techniques are used across many scales, from circuits to supercomputers. And I'll call out in relationship to the last thing I was talking about with co-design is that there are a number of interesting co-design opportunities that the roundtable participants called out in this regard, because these kinds of simulations often have different kinds of communication patterns and different kinds of hardware needs that are key to enabling them to run at high performance. And so there are opportunities here. Of course, you use this kind of simulation technology to perform co-design, but also you might co-design for this kind of simulation activity. So both of these opportunities were called out. And finally, the roundtable participants called out various research opportunities in this regard. And they involve both sort of enhancements to the underlying technology behind this kind of simulation, things like exploiting GPUs and other kinds of accelerators, different kinds of parallel decomposition, load balancing techniques, event scheduling techniques, and various ways that machine learning and artificial intelligence could be incorporated into these kinds of simulations. As you might imagine, when you have these fine-grained simulations, you might have intelligent agents, especially if you're simulating things like cars or people who might transmit diseases and so on. But also you need some way of closing the system, right? There has to be some way of modeling the outside world, and often you need surrogate models for that. And dealing with various kinds of speculative execution, because the optimization that's normally employed for these kinds of simulations is that each component goes on assuming nothing interesting happens, and then something interesting happens, it has to kind of roll back and redo some calculations. And this implies work on the programming model and compilers and other kinds of tools that deal with reversible execution. And I'll note interestingly that the other place where reversible execution tends to come up is when we talk about energy efficient computing and quantum computing. So there's some potential overlap there. And then there's these outer technologies, things like federated execution, distributed execution, dealing with adaptive ensembles and visualization, the use of streaming data. As we mentioned, a lot of these systems are now becoming increasingly data rich with real-time data, and these various kinds of interfaces and productivity tools. And then, of course, there are a set of research opportunities that have to do with integrating these into other kinds of applications that are important to our scientific mission. And this can include everything from mathematical solvers to simulations of the large-scale infrastructure that we have to deploy to meet our scientific objectives, and the development of further benchmarks and other kind of domain-informed developments. So these were the research outcomes from this roundtable on parallel discrete event simulation. And with that, I'll stop here. So are there any questions?
For Hal? And I agree, the discrete event simulation problem is very different. And a whole, you're right, absolutely a huge set of interesting look ahead and reversible execution issues there. Any questions or comments on this or other parts of what Hal reported? I think people are just tired, but that was a great summary of some important topics. So, all right, thanks, Hal. Tony has put on a tie for us, and he is going to talk about the working group on collaboration.
Yep, that's the plan. I'm just looking for my presentation, which should be somewhere here. I'm just finding presentation. Okay, here, this one. Share, okay. Okay, so I can be brief, which I'm sure is a good idea at this time of day. And I'm talking about the DOE collaboration with the National Cancer Institute, looking at the state of the collaboration. So we had a meeting, a welcome meeting in January, and the meeting we had on Monday was actually a drill down in one of the projects. Let me just, I showed a slide like this at the last meeting. Rick and Martin and Susan are members of ASCAC. Gordon Mills from Oregon Health Sciences University was missed off that list. He's now officially a member. And roughly speaking, the people on the left are the computational people on the right are National Cancer Institute suggestions. And it was a very good balance of people we had. And I just note that Jay Barden and Amanda Randalls are, of course, graduates of the Computational Science Graduate Fellowships. And so that's, I think, a success of the whole program. Okay, so that's the committee. Joel Saltz is a computer scientist, but he's also head of pathology at Stony Brook. And so he sort of fills both sides. The meeting we had on Monday was really a single topic, which was reviewing one of the three pilot projects. And it was led by the two PIs, Gina Tarasi and Lynn Pemberthy. And they started with the review of the project, and we had nominated Amy Huang and Joel Saltz to be the discussion leaders for the subcommittee. And then we had a private discussion with everybody contributing before we finished. Okay, so this is the original thing was this joint design of advanced computing for cancer partnership, and there were three pilot projects and a cross-cutting project which was the Candle benchmark project. This one is the population level pilot, and that's the one we were discussing. It's called Mosaic, Modeling Outcomes Using Surveillance Data and Scalable AI for Cancer. Lynn and Georgia are the joint PIs, and they made the presentation to us on Monday, and we spent a couple of hours looking at it. So I just picked a few slides from her presentation, their presentation. Gina can correct me if I get things completely wrong, but they're built on these SEER registries, which is registers of cancer statistics. Surveillance epidemiology and end results is what SEER stands for, and they have all these pathology reports, and they have these registries in many states, and this shows the people who are participating now. 10 registries, and Oak Ridge and Lowell are the labs participating. So a lot of data from these registries. And what they were doing was, to me, very interesting. They were looking at deep neural networks, applying them to actually do some natural language processing on these pathology reports in these registries. And they looked at all sorts of CNNs, recurrent neural networks. They looked at Google's BERT, natural language processing, and the Allen Institute's ELMO, but also graph convolutional neural networks, and these attention-based neural networks based on transformers, and that'll come back to that. So they looked at all of these, and they actually sort of benchmarked them all. And that was, I think, a very interesting, for me, a very interesting thing. And they found, identified 11,000 cancer phenotypes they were able to identify. And so this is the sort of schematic. Transformers for large-scale multimodal data. So you have the data sets, you have the transformer architectures, which are deep neural networks, and then they were actually running the training data on Summit on exascale machines, and then fine-tuned it later on. So this was a real application of something valuable on Summit, which I was personally very impressed by. What they've done, I've just showed some numbers for this type of audience, seemed like a good idea. So next generation scalable deep learning for medical natural language processing, 130 node hours on Summit. And they're looking at Citadel, which is the secure computing capability, and they're using that to train the protected health information, PHI data on Summit, which you need to keep secure. And so they've now had an additional number of hours, so that 300 additional Summit hours provided by the ECP, and they actually have been running these things on Crusher, which we heard about today, and they expect day one readiness for this application of these hierarchical self-attention networks that they've developed, which are similar to BERT, but targeted towards these specific cancer reports. And they expect it to be ready on day one for Frontier, which again, I thought was an impressive outcome. So what impact have they had? They've had impact here in algorithms, privacy preserving, federated learning, distributed AI, and edge to exascale to edge. I won't read all the sub bullets, but I can make, if I check with Gina, I can check, we can make the presentation available to those people who would be interested. But it certainly has impacted the sort of things that DOE and ASCAC are interested in, and the AI activity. So I was, again, impressed by that. They have priorities for 2022, looking at clinical information. They also want to look at not only the pathology reports for cancers that are concluded either with death or not, but they want to look at recurrence information, and that's a more difficult thing to do. Of course, they need to worry about uncertainty quantification and interpretability, and they've done some work on that. And finally, they want to do clinical integration and translation. And the Candle cross-cutting benchmark activity is enabling to train these transformer networks on these leadership scale systems. So that's their agenda, and it was a very good discussion led by Amy and by Joel, who were knowledgeable about the field, and helped the rest of the committee, who also had their questions. And since it only took place on Monday, we haven't had a chance to bring those all together, but These are therefore my preliminary conclusions. I'm collecting the input from the rest of the committee members, and we'll produce some sort of report, which I'll discuss with Christine how she wants it made available. But production NLP system they've now deployed at these SEER centres. The committee were very interested in the other potential areas that they highlighted, and there are some, obviously. They had some concerns about sustainability, like we heard today. How do you sustain these systems when the project ends? And that's a question we should look at in more detail. So the AOB of this meeting was just to decide how we do the rest of our work. We wish to look at the in-depth reviews of the other two projects, the Admiral project, which is about RAS proteins, and the Improve pilot project. And what we were discussing, whether we have virtual meetings or whether we should have now one in-person meeting and so on. And we also want to look at the cross-cutting candle benchmarking project. So 2 members of our subcommittee will be delegated to lead the discussions on each of these, and we'll have an in-depth discussion of the whole process. So I thought the meeting was very good, and I was very impressed by the achievements of this Mosaic project. So I look forward to see what they do next. So that's all I think we need to say at this moment. So thank you very much. I hope I've made some time up for you, Dan.
You have indeed. So Vint and then Jill.
So Tony, always good to see you and to hear from you. And this is, of course, an exciting area of exploration. I need a little bit of help with the term transformer here. The ones I know about are the Japanese toys. So obviously there must be something else going on. Could you, in simple terms, explain what is it that a transformer seeks to do to, I guess, the incoming data before it gets processed?
I'm not an expert on transformers either, and I'm finding out about them. But they have been found to be very effective. They're a form of deep neural networks. And let's see if I can remember the details. Vint, I'll send you offline. I can't describe in detail the transformer networks, but they are widely used in natural language processing, of which I'm not an expert. And actually, Google are a pioneer in this system.
Well, this is a classic thing where I ask a question and somebody says, you know, go talk to Google. And I'm sitting here saying, well, there's 160,000 of us now, and I'm having trouble tracking down the right ones. Actually,
indeed,
I think I do know where to turn now that you've given me that clue, but anything offline would be helpful too.
Yeah,
so,
no, I'll do that, Vint. I apologize for not doing a better answer.
No, this was all intended to embarrass you. It's, I
yeah,
figured.
No, indeed.
Anna, did you want to say something? I wasn't sure.
So are we up to me, Dan?
Yeah, you are. So
okay.
let's turn to our biology expert here, Jill.
Maybe I missed it at the beginning, Tony, and I apologize if I did, but I don't quite understand what the endpoint is for this analysis and what is the metric of success? So are they trying to do stratification, early detection, prognosis? I sort of missed that in what you were describing. And then how are they measuring the success of their predictions? I'm assuming this is a prediction.
So Jill, this is Gina Turasi, and I can provide an answer to that.
Thank you, Gina.
No problem. So the overarching goal of this specific project is the development and deployment of AI tools to be used by the cancer registries across the US to accelerate the collection of information that goes into the National Cancer Surveillance System. Because right now, this process is fully manual across the 50 registries in the US. Each state, think of it roughly, that has its own registry. The process is manual, and from the moment a cancer diagnosis has been made, till all the pertinent information is collected and become part of the structured surveillance database, it takes approximately 28 months. So the idea behind the deployment of the AI technology is to enable the National Cancer Surveillance System achieve near real-time surveillance.
So it's really kind of, let me say it another way. It's more an information extraction.
Correct.
Oh,
And
okay. I missed that entirely. All
and
right.
it starts with tumor characterization, the 5 to 7 basic data elements, but then it goes to the next level of biomarker information extraction, to being able to extract information about the recurrence, metastasis and recurrence. And these additional pieces of information, they are not extracted consistently across all registries right now. So the measure of success for these tools are deployment across registries. So we have an end-to-end workflow from research and development to deployment of operational solutions. And the accuracy is measured at this point based on retrospective data, because we have
so you're comparing
exactly
human curation to the machine curation.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense. And the input data is basically EHR data.
It's the unstructured pathology and radiology reports that are collected.
Pathology and radiology, but not genomic data from.
Not yet, because this is not part of the National Cancer Surveillance System. Yep.
Got it. It should be, but I got it.
Agreed.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much, Gina. This was extraordinarily helpful.
Yeah, no, I should have said auto extract structured data from these unstructured pathology reports, which is one of the things I meant to say, but omitted.
Okay, Tony, it's okay.
But I was very impressed because this is now deployed and actually working in production, and it speeds up the generation of structured reports by some large factor, Gina, isn't that right?
Yes, we went from manual annotation takes 55 seconds per report, and the AI systems can do it in 5 to 7 milliseconds. So that can reduce that cycle of 28 months to nearly 30 days. So from the moment the pathology report is collected to being able to become part of the SEER database.
And how did the system do when measured against manual curation?
So it depends on the data element that is extracted. Some data elements, as you can imagine, are much easier than others. Yeah. For example, trying to get site or behavior, the accuracy is above 90%. The challenging tasks are histology, because there are more than 500 possibilities. Yeah. So there was a lot of conversation with the cancer registries on how to deploy meaningfully these systems, because it's the human-computer interaction that makes a difference. And the approach we are following right now is to leverage uncertainty quantification. And effectively, for all of the reports that are coming through, the ones for which the system has demonstrated confidence and accuracy above 97% across all data elements, these are considered auto-coded. So the implementation of the technology is primarily for workload reduction effectively.
Great.
And we see workload reduction between 20 and 30%. Depending on if the reports are not analyzed one at a time or in the context of additional reports. So we have AI tools that do longitudinal document analysis.
Great. Well, I'm very glad that Gina was there to actually give more detail.
Thank you, Gina.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Gina. Appreciate that. The last formal topic on the agenda before any opportunity for committee or public comments is the quantum RFI.
Hopefully you can see this.
We can. Floor's over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for sticking around. It's another late afternoon, and you're going to hear me talk about quantum maybe once again. This is about the request for information that we issued a couple of months ago to gather some feedback to develop a roadmap for access to quantum systems. We cannot emphasize enough that the quantum information science is a cross-cutting major initiative within the Office of Science. So this RFI was issued by the Office of Science, not solely by ASCO. As a result, the analysis was also done with colleagues from other offices within the Office of Science. So I want to acknowledge them first before we start. We formed a task force consisted of me, my colleague Claire from Oscar, and Tov Karim, who recently retired from HEP, and Tom Russell from DES. All right. So what was this about? In the FY 2021 appropriations language, the Congress tasked us to develop a roadmap to provide researchers access to quantum systems so as to enhance the US quantum research enterprise, stimulate the fledgling US quantum computing industry, educate the future quantum computing workforce, and accelerate advancement of quantum computer capabilities. We issued the RFI to inform the development of this roadmap. The RFI was published in Federal Register on August 16th. The comment period closed on September 30th. And we asked a number of questions in the RFI, a total of 12 questions with actually sub-questions. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to try to present responses in 6 broad categories. Those are the types of quantum systems that should be included in this roadmap, the role of federal agencies, the roadmap's role in terms of serving a broad community of users, access criteria and metrics for success, IP provisions, and anything else that we did not necessarily think of asking in the RFI, but the community found it useful to provide to us as input. Overall, we received 23 distinct comments. All the comments are published. They're available online. We received some comments from the labs, some from the universities, certainly quite a few from the companies, including 2 international companies. And other entities, 1 comment from CERN, and Quantum Economic Development Consortium, Quantum Industry Coalition, and think tanks such as Center for Data Innovation and the ASCAC Institute. Okay, so this is the spoiler alert. I know that it's late in the afternoon. Instead of giving you all the details and going to the general comments, I decided that I should give you the general comments and overarching themes that we've seen on slide 4. I have to admit that we did receive 23 comments, but it was actually quite a big task to analyze the comments because the responses varied dramatically in terms of the scope and the size. We've actually received some comments that were very, very long and details. So the analysis took a good portion of our time. They were all responsive to the RFI as published. Again, the scope, usefulness, and level of detail varied dramatically. We did receive a number of responses that included scope beyond what was requested in the RFI, but there were certainly useful comments nevertheless. The responses included a mix of perspectives on the need for access to commercial systems and the need to complement that with access to earlier stage systems not yet ready for commercialization. Of course, depending on where the responses came from. This general theme went in parallel with the emphasis on cloud. again, there was a mix of perspectives on the need to use cloud to provide access to quantum systems versus more traditional methods. The responses advocated for an extremely broad range of technologies and platforms to be included. We did ask that question, the type of quantum systems, and we did certainly get quite a few responses. Responses promoted the adoption of useful practices and lessons learned from DOE user facilities. I think this was probably one point where there was quite a lot of consensus. Certainly there was a theme in the responses that basically said, do not try to reinvent the wheel. There are some good models that you should take a look at first. The role of DOE was envisioned as more than just providing access, but certainly offering training programs, internships, and activities for broader outreach and support for users, etc. So now in the rest of the presentation, I'm going to go into details and try to give you an overview of the responses that we received in terms of the 6 categories that I mentioned. The first set of questions focused on the types of quantum systems that should be included in this roadmap. We've seen really 3 main themes here. The science and technology focus, the type of quantum systems. Certainly the responses included the computing and simulation systems, communication and networking, and also the need to provide access to materials and synthesis and characterization, and even device fabrication technologies. And in terms of the technologies, the responses included established technologies such as superconducting and trapped ions, but also the need to include technologies, emerging qubit technologies such as silicon, photons, and neutral atoms. There was quite a few responses that advocated to provide access to classical supercomputing in parallel to quantum systems. And also the framework for improving access was noted as important as the specific technologies included. There were some other considerations in this category. The access to a wide variety of different systems, of different types of systems, is important. There was really little disagreement there. And there were many reasons that were listed. Different users have different needs. And some commercial systems, they obviously have clearly defined performance metrics, and providing access to only cloud-based platforms will be inadequate in a fast-moving field such as quantum information science. And there is a need to provide access to smaller, more experimental platforms. And also it is too early to pick winners in quantum information science among the technologies. So therefore the responses that we gathered, they really focused on a broad range of systems. There were some responses that mentioned sensors and supporting technologies. One example is amplifiers, but those responses, they did not necessarily explain what type of access would be useful to sensors and supporting technologies. However, it's worth noting that it wasn't, the responses that we gathered, they weren't necessarily limited to quantum computing systems. The role of federal agencies. This was seen as the federal agencies managing an equitable process for community access to centrally organized resources. Those resources should include those at federal facilities or directly funded by the government and government procured use of third-party resources. Ensure that state-of-the-art platforms are available for US government research on certain mission-critical problems. The government should facilitate training programs, provide skilled staff support, provide support for research in addition to providing access to quantum systems. They also encourage development of community-defined grant challenges and provide support for addressing them. And there was a couple of responses, at least, that emphasize that the government, while providing this access, should not attempt to centralize all access to quantum systems or restrict freedom of the researchers to collaborate. Serving a broad community of users, and we did ask specific questions about the mechanisms for broad access. Again, in terms of types of access, the clouds, in general, the cloud-based access was strongly supported, but it was seen as inadequate. And the need for access to experimental systems was certainly emphasized. There were a couple of, well, quite a few responses that actually included adopting a co-design approach in again, an early stage technology such as QoS, and the users being able to provide some feedback in the evolution of the quantum systems that they're provided access to. The direct user access was advocated, but value of having staff to assist was again recognized, and of course the need to create forums and data repositories and gateway to available systems was mentioned as well. So far I did kind of try to show you a lot of the wants that we received from the community, but we also asked questions about how do we do that? Who administers the access? And in that case, we did receive, of course, a range of responses. And most of them, it was very hard to see consensus. There was some conflicting comments on who should mediate access. Is it DOE? Is it the system providers? Or is it some maybe a independent joint body that's actually administering the access to the systems? In terms of the existing and novel models, again, the DOE Office of Science User Facility model was mentioned in a lot of responses. So were the creators, and certainly the community encouraged us to take a look at the models, the existing models that we already use. For outreach and inclusion, particularly for underrepresented groups, funded internships were mentioned. Also support for faculty, summer schools, curriculum development, workshops. There was a lot of responses that included the idea of setting aside some funds or time for specific outreach to HBCUs, MSIs, and EPSCO. And including the outreach and inclusion criteria in the review process was pretty much cross-cutting in a lot of responses that we've seen. In terms of documentation and training, make documentation and support info from service providers available. A lot of the responses that we got, they did mention that they don't want to just use a black box. They certainly want to be able to see the information on both hardware and software of the quantum systems that they are provided access to. The public resources and vendor training were seen as sufficient for sophisticated users, and the idea was for the vendors to handle the troubleshooting. Access criteria and metrics for success. So in that case, again, we've seen really a couple of themes, and these are relevant for both access criteria and also for measuring success of the access model that we will develop. The first one is impact, the scientific success and technological success of the project that's being provided access to, but also the scientific and technological success of the access model. the same goes for the educational and workforce success. This access model, what is it enabling in terms of workforce growth and trainees, but also the specific projects that are included in these or provided access through the roadmap. What is the rate of success in terms of educational workforce? The users and people, again, the quantitative and qualitative success, they were seen as important for both access criteria, but also the success of the access program. In terms of research access criteria, of course, the expertise of the proposing team, diversity of users and workforce, and the multidisciplinary engagement and of the project and the students supported, etc. For the resources and systems, the overall access to quantum systems model, the system's success was seen as important. The capacity and capability of the systems that are included in this model, diversity of technologies, facility fidelity, timeliness of access, and wide availability to researchers and proposals. Again, in terms of the access criteria, a lot of responses that we've seen, they want to see the resources and time needed for the proposed project, necessity of the quantum system for the project versus some other system, feasibility and readiness of the proposed project, and the extent to which the proposed application can be actually executed on the proposed platform. One idea that stood out was for us to provide an annual report to assess the metrics for success and update this quantum access to quantum systems model as needed. We also asked questions about the IP provisions. In terms of who owns the IP, there was, of course, a split of comments. Some responses emphasize that the users should keep their IP unless the work is collaborative with the government or service providers. In this case, the IP should be shared with those entities. Others argue that the commercial organizations, and this may be the users themselves or the system providers, should be able to protect their IP, the IP developed with their funds, but that IP developed with government funds should be placed in the public domain. In terms of models and mechanisms of the IP provisions, again, the comments varied. There was maybe one thing that stood out was the flexibility is key. Different models and mechanisms may be suitable for different quantum systems, and maybe there's no one size fits all in this case. Again, the respondents, they encouraged us to take a look at the existing IP models, including the user facility agreements and CRADAs, and of course, NDAs. There were quite a few comments that really presume that this was all about the systems, the commercial systems, the systems that are going to be involved in this were going to be those of the private companies. And in that case, there should not be any standard IP provision, but rather the companies that are owning these systems should define the IP provisions, and that researchers then should select which one works better for them. There was consensus that for software, basically software should be open source. Okay, the last category here is basically anything else. We did ask this question in the RFI. In addition to all these questions that we're asking, are there anything else that you want to make us aware? So we tried to group them in the slide here. again, QIS is an important emerging technology, and there was quite a few responses that emphasized the need for DOE and the U.S. government to provide the U.S. security, or to contribute in U.S. security and international competitiveness. Therefore, provide a robust security requirements in the model that we come up with. We didn't, of course, we didn't necessarily ask about the supply chains, but it's in everybody's mind. We did receive quite a few responses about the providing stable supply chains. That goes from domestic QIS capabilities to critical minerals, cryogenics, and isotopes, and any supporting technology for qubit systems. There was a lot of emphasis on continuing the federal investments in the industry, certainly including our investments in SPIR and STTR. We had quite a few responses that emphasized the need to form strategic international cooperation with the allies, not only to help with the supply chain, but also to identify really research collaboration opportunities, and again, collaborate on export control, etc. And lastly, anything else that didn't necessarily fit into any other category. I have a couple of bullets here. There was some responses that encouraged us to include the historically underrepresented communities in the planning process as well. And to pay attention to a couple of things, such as the avoiding the restriction imposed for most currently available systems, that comparative results may not be published without approval by service provider. There was a lot of emphasis on education programs in conjunction with the access, providing access to quantum systems, and of course, continuing our investments in basic research, specifically in algorithms. All right, so what are the next steps? This is the analysis, basically, and the first step is for me to talk to you and get some hopefully probing questions from you, and then we will go back and internally start developing this draft roadmap. We do have a coordination structure within the Office of Science where we work together in various task force, and we already have a task force working on this RFI. And once we have a draft roadmap, we would like to get some feedback from National Quantum Coordination Office and, of course, our interagency partners, and possibly for me to come back to you and give you another late afternoon talk on quantum and ask for your feedback. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks for that summary. Questions or comments? All right, well, I don't see anyone. Thanks for that summary. And I see Krista has typed a comment in, which I echo. Vint, you have a question?
Just wondering whether, well, first, thanks very much for that summary. It was very helpful. Are you finding a significant amount of industry interest in collaboration with DOE and the various other, I guess DOE and NSF have some joint quantum research programs as well. Are you seeing a significant amount of industry response? Your slide showing the respondents, the 23 respondents, went by too quickly for me to notice how much you got back from. Okay, so you got actually a substantial amount of response from industry, so that's encouraging, I think.
Yes, yes, and overall, I mean, we do see industry we have many collaborations in the QIS field with industry, not only providing access to quantum systems, but again, I think the basic research challenges we're facing are the same for everyone for quantum information. So it is very important that we collaborate and work together in many aspects of quantum.
Setting aside the tough problems associated with actually implementing these systems, some of them, I mean, they're really, it's hard, especially trying to build at scale so that you can do error correction and the like. I wonder though whether one of the biggest investments we could make would be algorithms that we might that might produce beneficial results, as opposed to everybody focusing on Shor's algorithm to go break crypto. So what's your sense for the level of interest in developing algorithms in anticipation of having useful quantum computing?
Well, I mean, we are working on different use cases, and I think that was maybe the one of the themes that Irfan was trying to convey in his National QIS Research Center's talk as well. I think we're taking many different approaches. Certainly, there's a focus on near-term application use cases, but also longer-term application use cases.
So just a generic question that relates to our whole discussion today, is there any reason to think that with the kinds of computing power that we are anticipating with Frontier and some of the other exascale machines, that we could do useful computations that are emulating what a quantum machine would do, but doing it on a digital conventional machine and get useful results?
So we've been working on emulators and actually using supercomputers to emulate quantum machines. So and I assume that we're going to continue doing that using exascale computers. There are actually quite a few examples in the literature where we emulated or simulated. We also simulated some small quantum computers using classical supercomputers.
And Krista.
Thanks for the great overview of all of that data. It's really exciting to see all of the submissions as well coming through and the activity here. I might have missed it, so I apologize. I know there were a lot of bullets on the slides. So one of the challenges I see, with access, and I know that we raised in the Microsoft response here, is around the dual access technology and really being able to infuse the capability of understanding what's being run on the machine, but protecting both the solutions, the physical access, digital access. I'm curious, was that in your summary, or maybe I missed it, or you could speak to that piece there?
Well, maybe not in that many detail, but certainly maybe it was over here. We've seen in general the access not only to quantum systems, but also certainly classical simulators, but also the classical supercomputing in parallel to quantum systems. So you said it yourself. It was certainly in the Microsoft response, which is of course all of the responses are publicly available, but it wasn't necessarily the only response where there was an emphasis to provide access to a broad category of related systems and technologies.
Yeah, great. I think it's important that as we think about access, right, we have people, and maybe this builds on the comment on the applications as well, right, that we're enabling development of applications, but we are careful to make sure that those applications are of the sort of applications we want people to have access to, right? And when we think about access to the solutions, that it's, it's the set of solutions that we feel are appropriate for having access to, right? So it's really looking at access to the solutions as well as the physical device that I think is important. And I think there's some really interesting methods to build this into the machine itself, right, for automatic detection. So I think an important point, but maybe it's going to require some intense focus to develop those methods in the right way as we develop and scale up the machines themselves.
Any other, thanks, Krista. Any other questions or comments? All right, and there's more from Tony, as well as others on transformers. Barb.
I just want to address Chris, the first part of Krista's, and I'm not sure that we do a good job at the second part. But anybody that would get access, if I go back to the current user facility, you know, and modeling on that, anybody who uses the facility gives us a proposal. And so we know what they're supposed to be doing. Now, we don't do a good job on the back end, making sure that that's what they do. But in the case of, Insight, I do know that they used to ask for milestones, quarterly milestones, and that's something that we could certainly do to track what people are doing. But I do agree with what you were saying, but we have to be very careful.
All right, let me ask if there are any comments on any topic from the committee or from the audience. Questions or comments people would like to offer. Well, we are, John.
I have an unusual question. If we were meeting in person, it's the kind of thing I would first ask a colleague at lunch before addressing the whole committee. But given that we're here on Zoom, there are many reports that we've been seeing about large amounts of energy being consumed by Bitcoin. I've seen estimates that about 0.5% of the global electricity production is being used now. The amount of energy used by Sweden, clearly a significant amount of electricity, significant environmental impact. My question is this something that ASCAR has ever considered in terms of the algorithms that are being used or the technologies that's being used? And if not, is it something that at some point one should consider?
You mean in terms of Bitcoin specific mining specifically, or more broadly about energy efficiency for computing?
I think both. In terms of the technology specifically for Bitcoin, I'm totally ignorant about issues there, but I would think the whole set of issues we ask about our present applications, energy efficiency, other algorithmic improvements that can be used, and so on.
Barb, you want to comment on that? I mean, certainly exascale, as Al mentioned, has been a big focus. Energy efficiency has been a focus of that. It's certainly been a big focus of the hyperscalers as well, given the scale and scope of what they're doing.
And I don't know if the mathematicians are still online. I don't think we have specific projects looking at Bitcoin at this time. But certainly because at the same time you've got Bitcoin, I've seen similar projections that AI is going to just overtake the energy use across the world, with people wanting to do AI techniques, which is where we're also focused. But I did talk on the first day about the fact that we want to, with the 23 budget, start looking at energy efficient algorithms and call out to Jack Dungara, who really has led the work on this mixed precision efforts. And so I think we want to continue down the road at what we can do with algorithms and tools like that. And it could be that one of the projects that, gets funded could be looking at Bitcoin algorithms from an algorithmic standpoint.
And there's a whole other conversation around the price of GPUs and how that's been affected by Bitcoin mining. Jack, did you want to say something?
Just to echo what Barb was saying about the mixed precision is an important tool that we will use going forward. It's a way to get approximations, and then we can refine the approximations. So for scientific things, it's a no-brainer that we invest in that to understand how it can better be used to help us solve our problems.
And I see Tom has posted a note in about an EO from the president about energy use in cryptocurrencies. I wasn't aware of that. I'll go myself take a look at that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from anyone? So we are working, planning to have the July meeting in person. We'll try to get the logistics together for that soon so people can start to plan. And I look forward to seeing all of you in person. And as John said, to have some of those hallway conversations where we can talk not only about topics on the agenda, but do what we always do, which is share ideas and stories and catch up on a whole variety of things related to advanced computing. So with that, Satoshi's going to go to bed. The rest of us are going to go on with our day. So.
And just wanted to remind that even though we do hope to meet face to face, there will be a Zoom option for anyone who's not comfortable traveling.
Thanks for that reminder, Christine. All right, have a great day, everyone, and we'll see you soon, as they say. All right, thank you all.
Bye.